Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, our typing prompt is breakfast. I love breakfast, but I've been on a diet, so I've been minimizing my breakfast, but I do miss it. So oftentimes when we go out to eat, I'll have breakfast for dinner or something like that. Pancakes. That's a favorite. Anyway, that's our typing prompt. Hopefully you have fun with it. So, all right. So we do have some people waiting. Let's see. Let's see here. Apparently I didn't do a good job of setting up because I've been taking a couple weeks off. There we go. And let's admit everyone. All right, excellent. Yes, so while they get logged in, I do have some announcements. I always say TypePals is and always will be free. If you're interested in exchanging letters or postcards, please join us at typepals.com. You can now write to us directly at P.O. Box 4292, Riverside, California, 92514, USA. And that's scrolling on the screen there. This week, I was very excited to announce Typo Radio, the new home of Typewriter, the TypePals podcast. Yes. So that's exciting. Let's see. Some more exciting news. Well, exciting for me, maybe. Starting in August, Typewriter Club Live is only going to be on the first Sunday of the month, but every other Sunday of the month, we're going to have a new one called Hang In With the Poor Typist. So it's going to be a much more low-key, informal, just hangout. So it's still going to be on YouTube, still going to be on Zoom, but there's going to be no format, just hanging out, literally. And the last announcement is the postcard exchange. My goodness. Yeah, these come up really quick. So today is the last day to register for the postcard exchange. Make sure you are signed up to typepals.com, and then you can register for it under the events page. So I hope you'll join us in the postcard exchange. Joe, how are you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
All right. I'm surprised that I'm here early.
I know.
Usually I'm not. I just got back from a walk and it's getting a little warm out there. And let's see. I have a strawberry smoothie that's actually, it's really like a strawberry shake, but it has, we didn't have any yogurt, so we put vanilla ice cream in it, but we do have bananas in there and real strawberries. But anyways.
Okay.
Oh, I have a friend of mine that's coming over at noon to pick me up, and we usually have like once a month or so, we go out to some place to eat and chat, and we're probably going to hit a brewery for lunch. So I'm going to have my main meal is going to be, something greasy and wet, probably a little bit of both. But anyways, so I got my Olympia Splendid 33 here.
Oh, nice.
It was a little bit of the fancy paper from last week's video. And my homemade typing pad made from a yoga mat, right? Cut down.
Nice.
I bought a yoga mat from Family Dollar Store. It was like, I think it was $6 maybe, but I was able to get 12 1-foot square yoga mats out of that. So like 50 cents a yoga mat. It's pretty good.
Wow.
So I thought what I'd do, I know there's not too many people watching, but hey, we have a YouTube to record it. I have a couple letters I got in the mail that I haven't opened.
Oh, cool.
So this is, the first one is from Javier in Rupa Valley. So in your neck of the woods. And he's a young guy, but he has a, look at that, a wax seal on the envelope. So I'm going to open this, and I don't know where the letter is. I like to open these on the side, and I use what are they, scalloped shears, I guess.
Oh, nice.
And the reason why I do this is so I can easily tell, looking at the envelope, where it's opened. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know sometimes if it's the top or the side or whatever. So there's a letter typewritten, of course. It looks like it's typewritten with the Hermes rocket that I gave him last year. This is dated July 12th, and he's using an actual date stamp, which is pretty cool. I don't know if you want me to read this. It's nothing fancy, but he always has a great signature, by the way. Anyway, so yeah, there it is, and he has page 1 of the letter at the title.
That's awesome.
That's great, dear Mr. Van Cleve.
I love that.
Anyways, yes. Okay, I won't read that on the air, but then the other letter is from our friend Eric Mondor. Oh. And what's cool about Eric is he has a return address stamp.
Oh, nice.
Which is very cool. And then he managed to piece together enough old postage to, let's see, he has 10, 25, that's 35, 20 is 55, 58 cents in old stamps. So it's pretty cool. I don't know what the current postage rate is, by the way, because I just buy forever stamps and keep using them. So it's only forever if the U.S. Postal Service holds out,
I know, right?
Or the U.S. government or whatever. It's not really U.S. government. It's sort of quasi-private, but
yeah.
Okay, well, so first of all, we have a Fuji Instax Mini photo.
Oh.
And this is of a Alpha Smart Neo and a little, it looks like a Royal Mercury, maybe one of my favorite typewriters. Yeah, a Royal Mercury typewriter. It's like typing out on a picnic table near a lake. And then what else do we have? Oh, we have a nice, a three-page letter. Look how thick the paper is. This is that nice resume paper. Oh, and I won't show his address, but he has a very nice letterhead with his signature there with his, very cool. A nice letterhead. And it's single spaced, July 12th. And I like the way he types it. Very nice. But I don't know what machine he's using here. Probably that machine, I'm guessing.
Probably.
And he signed it with a Pelican M605 fine point nib. Robert Oster, Great Southern Ocean. Interesting. So he says at the closing paragraph, well, that's it for me for now. I hope you're doing well. I look forward to seeing you on Typewriter Club Live, as well as to receiving your next letter, whenever that may be. And I think I probably wrote him after like 9 months after I received his letter, probably.
Okay.
But I try to make an effort to get caught up, and I have less excuse now as time goes on. But anyways, I thought it would be fun to open the mail here and show you guys. And
that's very cool.
So I'm going to have my smoothie and wait for noontime, a couple hours for my buddy Richard to show up. Nice. We're going to go out to lunch, and that's it for me.
Excellent.
Hi, Susan.
Hi,
Robert.
how are you?
I'm fine. I really enjoyed the review of your type-in that you had. That was very fun.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm already looking forward to planning a new one.
Excellent.
Yes.
So I'm planning to have one in the fall, and I think it's probably going to be the first Saturday in November. And I've had so many positive responses from people that came, and also from people who didn't get to come but would like to come to the next one, that I'm really excited about planning another one.
Well, we have one planned for September 11th this year at the Cherry Hills Library in Albuquerque. And it's going to be public gathering. So I haven't really publicized it much, because I just finalized the arrangements with the librarian last week. So I'm going to try to get that out on Facebook. And she's supposed to create some kind of an artwork flyer for the library's website. So I'm kind of waiting for her to get that, and I can get a copy of it and then send it out to the social media world.
What I found was really effective was to post, particularly on like the collector websites, the 10 days leading up to the type-in. because first I put a save the date post, and I said, save the date, we're going to be having this. And then I did like one every month or 3 months, and then the last 10 days is when I really got people that said, yes, I'm going, or, because nobody plans their life that far in advance anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I've had a few type ins or type outs here in Albuquerque over the years. But yeah, publicizing is very important. And finding the right venue or the right way to publicize it is always a challenge.
Well, we have some like mom and pop bookstores and things around here. And so I put posters up there. They let me put posters, small posters up there. And because a lot of the same people who love books and next time I'm going to try to make a list of stationery shops and try those, because I'm thinking the pen people might be interested in checking out typewriters. So
yes,
I'm gonna go that way. And I'm also going to be adding, we have a calligraphy group here locally, and I'm going to ask some of them to come and maybe address envelopes for people.
That's a great idea.
Calligraphy.
I've even thought
combine the two things.
Oh yes, I've even thought about getting. They have pen shows every now and then in cities, right? Like fountain pen collectors.
Right.
And I thought it might be good to get a pen group together with a type in.
Yeah.
Also.
Because it's a natural tie-in. All of you guys that like pens, I don't collect pens, but I do appreciate that all of it all has to do with communicating and writing, and so I would think it would be a really good tie-in.
Yes, indeed, very much so. Well, I was really enjoying the reports of your video and of your type in, and it was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
You did really well.
It was a lot of fun, and I encourage anyone, if you're, I noticed that Kelly Newland is posted yesterday that she's going to be having an outdoor type-in in Portland at the Botanic Gardens, and I thought, gosh, that would be lovely. However, I'm in Texas, and we are on like day 27 of over 100-degree heat, and for us, that's devastating because it is not dry heat; it is humid heat. And so that's not a possibility for us in the summertime. Maybe in the spring we could do something outdoors, but you can't do it in the summer. Not this summer.
Indeed.
And Joe, remember, you can always add your event to typecoop.com as well. So
yes, thank you for reminding me of that. That's a great idea.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
Very cool. And I did really, really enjoy your video of those letterheads that you're making.
Oh,
I think that was one of your best, actually. And I love that idea, and I'm totally gonna steal it.
Good. That's what it was for. Yeah, I actually, that was sort of off the top of my head kind of an idea. I didn't even plan that. It was like, oh, there's an interesting idea. Let's try that. And yeah. And now, like taking the scalloped scissors and cutting the little template with a scalloped edge also, and doing it with the ink, with the brush pen. Yeah, there's so many different possibilities if you're a crafter to make it look cool,
Yeah. I actually ended up getting like a set, like a full color set of these brush pens. And then I realized that, it's not exactly easy to use them.
No, it takes a little bit of skill, a little practice.
Yeah.
As you don't want to push your hand on them too much. You kind of want to support it with your hand and just have a little bit of pressure on the brush to get the right line weight.
Yeah, you did a very good job in the video showing just how to do that. And so I'm gonna use that tip. So
the other thing I thought of just now is in the crafting world, there's like a stamp that's a roller. It's like a cylindrical stamp, and you can roll it. And that would be kind of fun to get something with a repetitive pattern that you could make a little border around your typed area.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of fun things you can do. One thing I do is, and I haven't done it in a long time actually, and it's super, super easy. Basically, just on the very edge of the paper, you run a rubber ink pad or a rubber stamp ink pad just along the edge of the paper, like all the way around. I like to use black, and it really makes it pop. And you could do the same thing on the envelope as well.
That's right.
And it's super easy, super easy. So
So remind me now, envelope versus envelop. Which one has the E at the end? Because I never can remember.
I think they both do, right?
Maybe
I
they
think
do.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I print a frame on my letters on my paper.
Ah,
Oh,
So it
okay.
has a border that I print with the computer.
Ah, yeah, yeah. That's a good idea too, for those that are less artistically inclined.
Oh yes.
Excellent. All right. Anything else new with you, Joe?
no, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
And Susan, I know we already spoke to you a little bit, but how are you?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm fine. This week I've been playing with my Hermes typewriters, and I've been reviewing videos that have been made in the past. And I want to say that yesterday I rewatched one of Joe's Hermes 3000 videos where he compared the 1970s version, the boxy plastic version, to the curvy version. And I don't have a boxy plastic version, but I did really enjoy that video. And it's funny, when you first get a typewriter, you might watch a video about it, but after you've played with it for a while, after you've used it for a while, that's when you really should go back and rewatch the video, because you're going to find out things that you still didn't know, but you didn't even understand what it was maybe when you first watched the video.
Well, now I have the intermediate model as well. So I'm going to probably redo that video or make a new with all three of them.
Well, I'll be waiting with bated breath.
Oh, yeah.
But what I wanted to mention was one of the things that I discovered this week, or rediscovered, I already knew it, but it really came through to me, was that Hermes made two versions of a script typeface. One was in the earlier versions. It's the curvy version. In other words, the C has a long descender and the L is real loopy and all of that. And then in the 1970s, they made a more linear cursive script typeface, which is one that I found I have on my Hermes 10. And it's very interesting to contrast the two. And apparently, at first, my typewriter repair magician told me that, it's the electric ones had a different cursive than the portables, but that's not true, I found out. In fact, in the 1970s, when they went to the more boxier, more modern looking, what they thought was modern looking Hermes machines, they actually changed the cursive typeface to that more linear, modern looking typeface. So that's a very interesting fact. I was wondering if anyone had come across that with other manufacturers of typewriters. Did they change their typeface as time went on? For example, Royal, did they change their typefaces to make them more modern, or did they just make a whole new typeface?
Absolutely. You got to remember that most typewriter companies, Susan, didn't make their own slugs. There were a certain group of companies that made slugs for the majority of manufacturers. So most companies didn't actually make their own. They bought them from third-party companies who offered catalogs of different type styles and typefaces. And as you got into the 50s after the war, and there was this refresh in the jet age and the modern age, there was a lot of desire to start, as people had more disposable income and wanted a little more variety and all sorts of things, you started seeing a lot more type styles coming out that were modernized, modern Picas, modern elites of business correspondence and all sorts of different types of things. If you haven't seen Ted Monk's blog posts, it's, if you type into Google 1964 NOMDA, NOMDA.
Yeah, I use that actually all the time. I just Google the brand and I put typefaces.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really reflect the age necessarily. doesn't necessarily reflect the age of those type styles. So
you got to remember that that's like 1964. So anything that you see that's really new and modern, for the most part, is post-war. It's part of that refresh and that growth. Before the war, I mean, you had your elites and you had your Pikas and you know, Vogue and some unique ones, but that was really it. There really wasn't much variety. It's after the war you start seeing Book and a lot of these other Canterburys and the elites and things like that, you know. So
I guess theoretically, if you had a series of NOMDA catalogs throughout the years,
then you could
do, as Susan suggested, you could see how the offerings of the typefaces changed, and that's probably true.
The blue book came out, you know, every few years, like most blue books for most hobbies and things like that. And so as soon as you saw new things added, and it didn't matter whether it was typewriters or, you know, gun values or watch values or anything else, everybody's got a blue book for their hobby. NOMDA was sort of the, I don't know, I guess industry type styles guide for companies to look at. And so, as you see them pop, you know, without seeing all the NOMDA books, because I definitely haven't, it's just more time, nerdiness and research, reading and looking and looking at typewriters and you know, sneaking a peek at people's slugs.
Yeah, well, there's a gentleman who lives in my area, I guess, who is a big collector, and he's always posting typefaces, and he's really into the Royals. But this week, one of the typefaces that he posted was a cursive that had what he called, I'm trying to think what he called it.
Ooh.
The capitals had a different typeface than the lowercase letters. So you know how Smith Corona had a vertical script typeface? So instead of the capitals being the vertical script, which makes it difficult to read, they were a different typeface. And I thought, well, that was really weird. So that would be a really special order type machine.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the beauty of typewriters. I mean, if you're not sneaking a peek at slugs, trying to look at the E's and the J's and the G's, and you know, because a lot of people unfortunately don't post any sort of type sample, so you're left trying to guess sometimes. And if the pictures aren't good, But Ted was just showing a whole whack of very, very what I would consider to be gold bars of books, line books, type styles.
There are dozens of them in the typewriter database file library. Literally, I have bought and acquired and borrowed and stolen at least a dozen of them, and they're all scanned and uploaded to the database.
So Ted, do you have the sense that if you look at, for instance, a 1964 NOMDA catalog, that it's representing only the typefaces sold in 1964, or is it all the way up to that point?
The thing I've found in all of my study of these books is that they were very lazy, and a lot of times, like there's basically, they would come up with a new font directory every decade, and then in about 1970 something, they just stopped and just used the same one over and over again. Same thing with ageless. I found that as far as NOMDA goes, they came up with their age list in 1954 and never changed it after that. They just never updated anything. So you get a slightly different story with the OMEF, which is the London-based European organization. And they never had type samples in their books, but they had dates, ageless. Same thing with the German organization, which would have been, there was several organizations, but basically they're published under the overall title Herstellungsdaten, which is just a date book. They basically, their main thrust was in 1951 for getting new dates, and then 1962 they put out a huge book, and that has tons of data, including platen diameters and ribbon lengths and sizes and everything, but it's all in German, but it's pretty easily translatable. And then beyond that, you're pretty much looking at Namda in the 80s, and they've basically republished the same books over and over again throughout the 80s.
Okay.
With very little changes, except the pricing. Those books were mainly for pricing, to tell a dealer what he should charge for a new typewriter or give in return for a trade-in. And it was basically, that was the main thrust of what it was for, and also selling dealers on products for the dealer. But
so it sounds like what Susan would like to see is really something that us typewriter hunters can do through using the typewriter database and archiving our typeface samples and correlating that to the age of the machines. Maybe through over time, we can help do that kind of research, right? As a group.
You could, but there's kind of a disconnect between typeface manufacturers and typewriter manufacturers. A lot of typewriter manufacturers had type made for them, and sometimes they made their own type. They had their own little subdivision that did that. They had type made for them. Sometimes they would buy type of a different design from a house that happened to have that design. And that varied from year to year and was pretty random up until the 70s, when they basically just started standardizing on Pica Elite, a couple different kinds of script. And those are the typefaces that eventually just started taking over everything.
Interesting.
Excellent.
One of the things that I found that is available to everyone, and I wish more manufacturers did that, was that in my Hermes little booklet, it has on page number 8, this is a Hermes 3000 and Media 3 owner's manual.
Okay.
It shows a little list of all of the typefaces that were available, and then it has the machines that typeface was available on. I assume that's so that if the consumer was interested in getting a different typewriter, they could quickly look at that and say, oh, you know what, I could get a Hermes Baby in, it is available in this at the time that this was printed. Okay, obviously. But I really love that, because then you can see, okay, there's no point in my looking for economic on a Hermes 3000 because they didn't put it on it. It was not available. On the other hand,
a lot of that has to do with the price point of the typewriter. Like you'll find that Hermes Babies don't often have a whole lot of different typefaces on them, because that was the cheapy model.
Right.
Hermes 3000, you might see a bit more typefaces.
Yeah,
but there's certain typefaces you won't see, like economic, because the machine didn't come in 15 pitch. So
yeah, the economic only came on the standard and the ambassador.
Yeah, those are the machines that came with the pitch size that needed to run that typeface. So again, it's a matter of different machines, different options, different price points.
As I said, it's fun to revisit these things after you've had the machine for a while, because then you go, oh, now I understand this a little bit better because I've used it. And it's kind of like collecting. When you first start collecting, you just want a typewriter. You don't really care what the typeface is. You just want a typewriter. And
well,
then
I'll tell you one thing.
Collected a few, then you start getting a little bit more choosy.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. If you go to the database and go to the file area and start downloading these line books, they look boring. They look super boring because it's just lists of prices and stuff. But go through and read every page. You will find things. You'll find very interesting things in here that you didn't know before. It's just chock full of just little pieces of information that you wouldn't think to ask, but it'll be interesting to you.
Oh,
Ted, what is that called? I'm on your site, but what am I looking for?
Okay, are you logged in as a typewriter hunter?
Oh no, I'm probably not.
Okay, you need to be.
Okay.
And once you
so
are,
that's the
you'll
first
see
thing. You have to be a typewriter.
All right. Well, I need to do that. Mea culpa.
And once you're in there, you'll see along the top there's some kind of mysterious bars, but one of them is going to be the library, the file library.
Okay.
And in there's 3, I think, categories of general, repair, and typography. So you'll want to go to the typography, and there's there's a couple 3 pages of stuff you can download there, and just loads of blue books.
Cool. All right. I'll go ahead and work on that while you guys continue your conversation with Alan.
Okie dokie.
And Ted, is that the official name? 3 Mysterious Bars?
3 mysterious bars. Yeah.
3 mysterious
Well, I think I
bars.
labeled them actually. Couple like a few weeks ago. I actually went through and I was like, I should probably label these.
It's a programmer's thing.
There you go.
3
I like
mysterious
mystery.
bars.
Oh, that's some excellent information, Ted. Thank you.
Yeah, everything
Yes,
happens
excellent.
when you become a typewriter hunter. So
Very good. There's
That would be a
benefits.
good T-shirt to have a slogan. Everything happens when you become
Yeah,
a
there you
typewriter hunter.
everything happens.
That is good.
All right. I got
And
this.
And
Super.
Gregory, that's it for me. I don't have anything new.
Okay, I was just gonna ask.
No new typewriters, but I've been enjoying the ones I already have. And sometimes that's the very best thing of all.
Yes, it really is. It really is. I've definitely reached that point with my collection where I'm very satisfied with what I have, and now I'm kind of going through and figuring out, okay, which ones do I love and need to stay in the house? Which do I like and probably need to move to storage?
Uh-huh.
And which do I just do not get along with and need to go?
Well, Gregory, since we're talking about it, I realized because it's hot this time of year in the Northern Hemisphere, thermal typewriters have got to be the great season. It's the season of thermal typewriters, right? Or would it be more like the winter time when you want to stay warm, cozy?
I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of warmth out of those print heads.
No, I guess not. But you could go to coffee shops and not bother people with
That's
your
true.
thermal typewriters, right? I say this because I love all the machines I have, but I haven't really used my thermals lately. So maybe that's a reminder that I need to start doing that. So
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. There's actually a lot of my thermal typewriters that are going to move into the storage, just because, there's those few, like especially the Brother EP5, EP7, the Canon Typestar 4 and 5. Those are like my go-tos. And then there's ones like the
Casio.
Yes, thank you. The Casio writer.
Yeah,
I love that so much. But
I know. It has such a great feeling keyboard and a nice big display.
yeah,
And it just types so badly.
and it's so loud, so loud. Yeah, so those are going to move into storage, but I'll keep a handful of the thermal typewriters available for typing. I still want to try and figure out how in the world to print on the Japanese Sharp WD-40, which again has the funniest name for typewriters, but I just can't get it to print. I don't know enough about forming the kanji, and I type randomly on it, and I assume at some point it'll print, but it never does.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I tried to use Google Translate. They have the app where you can like turn on the camera and point it at something and it'll automatically translate it. It didn't help. And I think I even went so far as to ask our friend John Monroe, who of course lives in Japan, and he didn't know either. So yeah,
Interesting.
The mysteries of the Orient.
What's that?
The mysteries of the Orient.
Yeah. There you go. Very good. Very good. That was a good one. All right. Sean, how are you doing? You look very, very focused. Very focused.
I was trying to do 13 things at once and listen to conversations, so I wrote like 16 things wrong here, but that's okay.
Oh.
It's all good. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, I've been really, really, really good about cutting back on not buying typewriters, so I've only bought 2 lately. Trust me, that is good. It is good. But do have one coming, which I was hoping was going to be here for this, because I love the rabbit holes that typewriters bring, right? And sort of to Susan's comments about typefaces, but a little bit to the side. I saw a 1948 Royal online, and looks like a bare bones Royal, the usual QWERTY keyboard, but it had one key on it with a couple of characters that really made me have to dig into a lot of research. And I'm not a linguist by any means, and these characters were totally unfamiliar to me. They weren't pharmacy, they weren't chemical, they weren't mathematics or anything of the sort. And the rest of the keyboard is fine, but these two keys turn out that they are very old letters, a Norse rune and an Old English letter. And so without saying any more, because I'll sort of give more about this when I get the typewriter and I can show it. Anyway, I've learned a lot more about languages than I ever was interested in doing or thought I would be interested in doing, because I had to understand what this key was for. And I think I've got it figured out now, but I'll throw it to you guys when I get the typewriter, and we can all have an excellent, fun conversation about it.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah. And other than that, I've got a friend of mine gave me a GPS unit for my 1951 Oldsmobile.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is a
Factory original.
That's an original GPS unit. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know and haven't bothered learning directions anymore, you open this up.
It's a folding screen.
It's a folding screen, and actually it doesn't break at the edges. It's really, really cool. But you have to have some sort of situational awareness and knowledge of north, east, west, and south to figure out where you are. So early 1960s. I mean, it's not right dead on, but who cares? It's good in the glove box if you ever find yourself in Quilchena.
Well, it's that plus a compass equals a GPS.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A little bit of, hey, the sun rose that way, the sun sets that way, therefore that must be north.
Yeah. And if you cut 2 holes in the map, you can drive while you're reading it.
Oh,
exactly. Unless you want to go to where you cut the holes from.
Yeah. Oh my.
Is that a heads-up display?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, you had to hold the wheel, sort of hold the map to the side, try to not crash, and then figure out where you were on these teeny weeny little lines.
Augmented reality.
You can get help. You can get a drive-by lane paper to say which street you go left, which street you go right, how many miles straight on.
Oh, that's called my wife.
Oh.
Okay.
She fulfills that role, but it usually comes with more. No, back there, you dummy! I said left, and then you got to correct.
Now that brings to mind the whole co-pilot thing. You'd have the driver, and then the passenger was in charge of the map usually.
Yeah. My wife is typically. I drive faster than she can read the map, let's say. And so she's always telling me to slow down or pull over so she can read the map.
Oh.
And that's not an efficient use of time, so that causes conflict in the vehicle. I understand.
Yes, it does. It does.
I totally get it.
I'm going. I go with my dad to rally races events. We volunteer to help out. We're doing the radio contacts at a rally this weekend, and in those situations, there's always 2 people in the car. There's the driver and the co-driver. And the co-driver has not a map, but it's a series of turns and things to look for. Like turn 5 ahead, right. It says how steep, how sharp the turn is, and how far it is ahead. And you're supposed to be reading these things off, and the driver can make turns without seeing what is in front of them.
Oh, wow.
So it right off camber turn means that the ground is going the wrong way for the turn. It's banked out. So, or there may be something in the road. It'll say stay to the left here. It's all in code that the co-driver is supposed to be reading off very fast. Makes me very anxious to try to do that with him.
Brian, I saw a YouTube video where they were explaining sort of the science. That's a real science. That's like real court stenograph shorthand. Yep. Like it's an amazing way that you have to say things in a certain way so that the driver just knows.
They're called tulip directions, and I don't know why they're called that, but they just have a book, a binder with these shorthand instructions for how to drive the course. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's a thing where it does that. And the
Now,
other
are
thing
you
that's,
driving this at 120 miles an hour through a forest road?
And
no, the drivers do. The real racers do.
Yeah.
you're just hoping you give them the right direction so you don't crash.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Oh.
It's much the co-driver's fault if you wreck.
Yeah. Ow.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is.
Joe's wife wouldn't be able to get that done. Unfortunately.
No, she would not.
It causes a lot of stress in the car.
Yes, it does.
Oh, excellent. And Sean, anything else new with you?
No, not really. I mean, there's always lots of little things, but I don't want to bore you guys. I don't want to hog conversation. That's I enjoy everybody else's stuff. So yes, I'm good. Thank you. And so Greg, sorry, one thing, Gregory, you did indicate I guess you got my letter.
I did, yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
I forgot I even sent it actually until you texted because it's been a weird last bunch of weeks. So
Well, it took me a little while to get here because I think that letter was dated June 29th or something like that. And
it might have taken me a couple days to get it gone, and it's usually about 12
Okay.
days for any of my U.S. pen pals to get their letters.
Yeah.
Sean, what is that typewriter you have?
It's an Underwood Champ, 1939, green, but it's the jade green one. So I know it always looks sort of a little black because of its color, but I was talking to a chap in Canada here out east in New Brunswick, and he was, like all typewriter people, what's the next crazy rabbit hole of typewriters I'm going to go down into? And then he saw a picture of the green one, so I brought it up today because it's a good typewriter. But yeah, jade green, the fire engine red, I don't know what the factory name was. The gloss black were sort of like Underwood's late 30s offerings for different colors. But yeah, I think the green's pretty darn cool.
So it looks like a kind of an Underwood Universal style.
Exactly
body.
the same. It's just the higher level version called the Champion. And then instead of the gray crinkle and the black or gray and black crinkle, which was normal, you had the green, black, and the red gloss that you could get as well. But after the war, just the gray crinkles really, and that was it.
And since you don't want to do any more talking, I'll ask you, what is the watch you're wearing? Your mechanical watch?
Oh, I've got an Orient. An Orient, God, what is it? Anyway, Mako, an Orient Mako. I usually wear a vintage watch on weekends, but today I thought I didn't want to. So yeah, I like the sports divey watches with the
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
I like the heavy dials and the numbers and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
those are the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for being here, Sean.
Hey, thanks for how was your holiday? I hope it was good. We knew you were there, which was creepy and weird, but we knew you were on vacation too, which was cool. So yeah.
Yeah, that kind of worked out. So I think I will do that probably a couple times per year, just to kind of refresh. Worked out well. But I did mention at the very beginning of our meeting today that starting in August, official Typewriter Club Live is just going to be on the first Sunday of the month. And then every other Sunday is going to be a new thing called Hang In with the Poor Typist, which is just going to be very, very low key, just literally just hanging out. It's still going to be on YouTube and on Zoom.
So what you're saying is this is high key right now.
Well, as high key as I get on the weekends. But it's gonna be like super low key.
Yeah.
For those that I think it was Memorial Day. We had just like actually, Joe, you were there. We just had a pop-up hangout session.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I could do this. So it was like super low key, and we just kind of hung out. And even though I didn't announce it or anything, like I think 6 or 7 people showed up. So yeah, that was very cool. So that's how we're gonna progress now. But the official Typewriter Club Live is gonna be the first Sunday of the month. But you won't even really notice the difference, except maybe I'll be like in my robe or something. So
That's okay. You know what? Frankly, my mental picture when you weren't here was that you were just sitting on the couch in the same spot, but your hair was up and there were crumbs all over a dirty shirt.
yeah.
You know,
That was it, precisely.
Yeah.
I like the idea of having one of these live streams during a holiday vacation when, your house might be full of in-laws and you've had it up to here, you know what I mean? And say, I'll be back in a few minutes. And then you go into your office and you get online and you get away
4
from your
hours.
in-laws for 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent.
Not that I like my in-laws. I'm just saying as an example.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who does?
That's right.
Glad you clarified that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. That's right.
And Andrew, how are you doing?
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Very
Sounds
good.
like everybody's good.
Yes. Yes.
So I had an experience. I found a very inexpensive Lettera 32 Olivetti that has the script cursive typeface on it. So it got delivered today and I was playing around with it, and it, like so many things in life, now that I have it, what the heck do you do with it? I don't know what that script typeface, it reminds me kind of like what my mom would have got back in the 1960s, like from the welcome wagon or something, showing the local dry cleaners and grocery stores. Does anybody have it? What was the use of that script cursive typeface? Because I think if I wrote an entire letter in that typeface, that would be the last time anybody would respond to me. It's just too, I don't know.
If you're typing something and you're quoting somebody else in a paragraph,
Yeah.
you could roll it in that machine and type the quote in italics or script or whatever it is.
That sounds like a lot of work, but it makes sense to me.
Well, some people like to write personal letters with italic or script machines because they feel it looks more like handwriting, like script
Well,
handwriting.
And I have an italic that looks a little bit more business-like than the script. And I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just don't know what I would use it for necessarily, but I was happy to
Well,
find
Andrew,
it.
I write everything in script and italic.
No, you
And
don't.
Susan, do you get people responding to you?
What's that?
Susan, do you get people responding to you after you send a script letter?
Of course, they send me a letter back.
Well, there you go. Andrew,
People
you're
love to
fine.
get a letter.
No, but I'm not Susan. I don't have that personality and magnetic, I have to work harder at it.
Well, that's okay though. Script gives you that personality, Andrew.
I write letters in
Well,
script all the time.
that's why I asked
Yeah.
the question, right?
Hey,
Oh,
look at
I
this,
love-
Andrew.
yeah. I think there's
I type the notes to my dog boarding place, telling them how to take care of my dogs in script.
Andrew, just don't address the letter in script.
It is a beautiful typeface.
Well, I have to get used to it. I'll leave it at that. But I was happy to find it, and someone said, because it's hard to appreciate even in photographs, and even when someone puts a ruler up for reference, the size of those Olivetti Lettera 32s. They are really small, and I have like a one of those like padded what do you call it, laptop envelopes that you put and then stick it in your backpack. I think I could stick that in my backpack. That is, if it had a typescript that anybody would ever care to read. But
Sure.
It's a nice size. I'm a little bit like, I just wrote this to Susan. I'm a little bit like that guy who uses the iPhone for the first time and find my fingers are too big for the keys. Those are little tiny keys on that Lettera.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's fun just playing around with it. It'll be my second Olivetti after the one that Lucas is working on. And and I've got the torpedo back, had the spring fixed on that. The Voss is at the shop with our friends over in Berkeley.
That
So,
torpedo has a beautiful typeface, Andrew.
Which says?
The torpedo has a beautiful typeface.
I know, isn't it
Letter
nice?
yesterday.
That's that Elite Imperial.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
very pretty.
Yeah, no, that was a find.
Yeah.
And there is a guy way out in the East Bay who has a Underwood portable in the shiny black, which is, I think, predates the Underwood Champion in those. And it's in really great shape, and he's not asking too much money, but the driving there at $6 a gallon gas, I'm still thinking about it. So so that's about all that's happening around here. And thanks everybody for the letters. it's been, I mean, I can't, it's an unmitigated pleasure to hear from you guys, and thanks so much.
Very good.
You know,
very good.
Andrew, I was going to tell you that certain typewriters of mine, for some reason, bring out a certain kind of writer's voice.
Huh.
And you might find that to be true with your script typeface. Maybe there's a certain something that you can write about because maybe it's more personal looking or something, you know, like write a journal to yourself with that typeface and see what happens.
Well, the only thing about that typeface is I think the voice that might come out would be Dear Abby or someone. I'm just not.
That's good.
I get it, but I don't. I'm worried about what might emerge. Let's put it that way. Joe.
You could call it Dear Andrew, you know, and do a column, do
I'll
an
start
advice column.
Dear
Yeah,
Andy.
sounds like the next logical step.
Dear Andrew.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, well, I do have to say, so I have my Hermes rocket. I think it's a 60s era one. I don't remember the year offhand, but that's the one with the script typeface. And I kind of feel the same. Like I don't really want to write a whole letter in it, even though I know, you know, people enjoy receiving letters regardless of the typeface. But I do use it on my blog. So Andrew, do you do one type page at all?
I have not yet. I read it, but I'm like the classic lurker on that. So yeah, I should contribute, but I just haven't. And Susan, here's a heads up. As I started to write you a letter with that script, and then I just didn't have the heart anymore. So I pulled it out and put the rest inside the torpedo and finished it that way. So you're going to see two different typefaces on the page.
And that's fine too. And maybe script just isn't for you. That's okay also. You know,
I'm glad to have it in the collection, because it's not something you can appreciate until you're actually playing around with it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, so it'll be sitting there and you'll play with it a little bit more and maybe you'll grow to like it. Maybe on the other hand,
it could be an
you won't.
acquired taste,
And there's
you know,
nothing
like
wrong with
martinis
that.
or whatever, you know, so. And I say that
That's why
because
they
of
had
Ted's
so many
shirt, by the
choices.
way.
That's why they had so many choices. So it's because it's not for everybody, you know?
I know,
I mean,
I actually have pretty interesting typefaces. Now I noticed, like on earlier machines, that the variety, like say pre-war, because that seems to be the distinction, like on the Ericas, that the typeface, you didn't really have a lot of choice. It's just sort of a very vintage looking typeface, which I like. And then it seems like after the war is when everything got really clever and you could, you know, have a lot of variety like that. But so, you know, I have to use my Erica again and have that vintage look. And it's pretty legible. I mean, it's not difficult to read, but it looks like that caricature of typewritten text, right? That you see, I don't know, sometimes around that looks more like that sort of, I don't know, what people who are afraid of typewriters think that the typeface might look like. If there is such a person.
I have never met a person who's afraid of a typewriter.
Well, you know, young people, they look at, well, you must have seen it at your type thing. It's like, boy, I have to press so hard. And I don't know what to say to people who say that, you know?
Yeah.
So
That's when you put an electric type bar machine in front of them.
When you call them
That's
a
it.
weak little girly man.
really attack their
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
I know, huh?
You are a weak girly man.
Yeah, wasn't that? I think that was an Arnold Schwarzenegger quote too.
Yeah.
Former
It was-
WO. Yeah.
SNL,
Saturday Night
yeah.
Live.
We're going to pump you up.
That's right.
Yeah, if it wasn't his quote, it was one that now people think was his quote, kind of like
Yeah.
Sarah
Franz and
Palin saying
Franz.
she could see Russia.
Franz and
from her house.
Franz.
But
Excellent.
that's all that's happening around here. Susan survived that heat wave. I've been reading about it, and
We're not
Wow.
surviving very well.
Oh.
Today, they have announced that we need to conserve water because the water purifying plant nearby, they had to shut it down.
Oh, wow.
wow.
So we're in a drought. We haven't had any rain, measurable rain in like 70 some odd days.
Wow.
And we're already at this stage of the summer. This is the third hottest summer in history recorded in Texas.
Ooh.
And it's not just the Dallas area, it's the whole state is the problem. So we're all under a burn ban, which is great, but I mean, the farmers and ranchers are having a real problem.
Of course.
And, you know, it's just difficult. And then so far we haven't had any rolling blackouts, but you know, we have our own stupid power grid here. And so that every day when you turn on the news, there's a graph that shows how much available power and how much power is being used. And you definitely don't want those two lines to get together, because then you're going to not have any power. I personally am very lucky. I live in a part of the grid where I am nearby two major hospitals. And so I did not lose power in the Great Freeze of 2021. And I doubt that I will lose power in the summer of 2022 because of that, because the last thing they want to do is turn off power to the hospitals, even though they have generators. But it is miserable. So the good news is that after 2 o'clock, I'm always in my house, because you can't stand to get in your car and go anywhere. And I can play with my typewriters and do things indoors in relative cool, because I keep the temperature kind of hot to try not to use as much energy. But yeah, it's a really miserable summer in Texas.
Wow.
I was thinking that the phrase rolling blackout had something to do with drinking, but I wasn't really sure what that actually meant.
It doesn't. It has to do with no power.
Yeah,
No,
our local utility uses that expression too.
It's
kind of a euphemism.
Someone's ringtone is going or something.
Roger's playing music.
Ah, there we go.
He's trying to get you copyright struck.
Yeah.
Having a hoedown.
That's right.
Excellent.
Well, Susan, stay cool there if you can.
Oh yeah, like I said, drink a lot of water, you know, or drink a lot of beverages, keep well hydrated, and stay inside after 2 o'clock. From 2 to 9, it's pretty miserable.
Stay inside and type.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Close all your
Good
windows so you
excuse
don't
to
get
play with your typewriters.
close all the windows and curtains so you don't get any light in to heat up the house, right? Nice and
That's
dark.
right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Exactly.
You kind of got to wonder why people moved here in the first place when there was no electricity, no air conditioning.
Yeah, especially in like the Southwest, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because they were having the great big land giveaway.
Right.
Land.
And people wanted to get some land, even this horrible hot land.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds terrible. I don't think it's really that bad.
Yeah, that's why people came here back in the day.
Yep.
Well, you know, we had rolling blackouts, you know, and I'm telling you all the things I wrote in the letter, but we had rolling blackouts here in the Bay Area early when that Enron crisis, but it was sort of a manufactured crisis. It wasn't real. And then September 11th happened and you never heard about rolling blackouts anymore, and we never had them anymore. But there was a period of time when we were getting them fairly frequently, and it's kind of hard to live with because, you know, you can't open your garage door. Little things that you don't think about is like, oh, how do I get in the garage? You know, so.
Well, in the great freeze of 2021, my brother, who lives less than 10 minutes away from me, his house was in the rolling blackouts, and he has 2 boys, and one of them was cooking his breakfast in the fireplace as if he was camping. My sister-in-law has since gotten a generator so they can at least have some power.
Yeah, I know people
It
here
will
that
not
have
power
got,
the whole house, but it will power something.
yeah, I have some friends that they have one, and it's actually has a solar panel you can stick outside the window, but it'll keep like your refrigerator going, right? So your food doesn't spoil. Yeah, they were just talking about that. It's like, you know, like 25, 30 years ago, did we really worry we wouldn't have like electricity? It's pretty wild. It seems like a little bit of a regression, but I don't want to start a larger conversation about that.
Well, again, I'm not sure that the powers that be in Texas really are good at planning ahead. And we've had a lot of influx of new people and a lot of new homes built. And so now they have even more customers than they had before. Mm-hmm. And I think that certainly has had an impact because I don't believe they've built any new power plants. So until they solve this. And we decided we wanted to be by ourselves on our own power grid, responsible for ourselves. So we asked for it,
Well, not you personally.
However, I never realized that being near a hospital would be such a great selling point for your
Yeah.
home. You see?
Definitely.
Well, yeah, do you have to hear all the sirens?
No worries about your power getting shut off.
Because I used to live on a road that led to a hospital, and I did hear a lot of ambulance sirens, during the day.
Our neighborhood is very quiet. We really don't hear a lot of noise, or our house is built well or whatever, but we don't really hear a lot of noise. But there are two, a heart hospital, and they do have a lot of ambulances that go there, and another hospital that's very close, relatively close to my house. But little did I know that was going to be a big advantage.
Yeah.
It is a total advantage. Well, now you can be happy about it.
Plus, if there's an emergency, you don't have to go very far.
That's right.
Well, and the older you get, the more of an advantage that is too.
Yes.
Everything is nearby.
Yes. Excellent. Well, again, Andrew, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, very glad to be here. Thanks for doing this, as always.
You're welcome. And we're catching Ted typing. How are you, Ted?
I am fine. I am
Good.
writing another letter to Joe, even though I haven't sent the one that I have prepared. This one's going to Joe on Monday.
Oh, wow.
You get a nice box.
Nice.
And because I got this letter from you yesterday, then I have to write you another letter before I've even mailed out the last one. So your correspondence frequency is becoming quite high.
Well, I'm trying to catch up.
Yeah.
But I'm catching up to you.
I
Hold
know
on.
that's the problem. I got 2 more letters this week. See, no, it's a good problem to have, though.
Yeah, it is. I'm very happy with my new correspondence system. It's keeping me to the point where I'm actually way ahead of everything. Like I said, I'm replying to you now even before you've replied to me. But
And the letter you sent to me, I think the first page you wrote before I even sent you anything.
oh yeah, I was excited to try things out. So
Yeah.
So I think part of it, Ted, is you have those headphones that look like you're an air traffic controlman, and that's why you have that system that works so well.
Yeah, it's the headphones. Everything's the headphones.
Yeah, they're powerful.
But did Gregory, did that thing work that I sent you?
Yes, actually.
Good, good.
Yeah.
So you got to explore a little?
Yes. In fact, you'll get to enjoy my exploration because I recorded it.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here?
I gave him bonus content.
Yeah.
Oh, bonus content.
Yeah, I thought because I collect old computers as well as typewriters and things. I decided, since he mentioned the last time he was at Typewriter Club Live, that he didn't have a CD player or anything to record CDs or anything like that. I basically built him a laptop that with Windows XP on it and all the stuff that was kind of relevant in 2005 when CDs were a big thing. And now he's got a workstation that can make CDs and read CDs and
Nice.
rip videos and stuff.
Yeah.
All that fun piratey stuff from the 2000s.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little Sony portable CD player, like a Sony Walkman kind of CD player that actually play in my stereo system. And then I have this thing that my brother gave me, and it looks like a laptop computer, but it's just a DVD player with its own screen, and it has some inputs, like analog inputs, and it plays the data disc. In fact, the one little mini disc you sent in your letter that for that band that has it'll read all that stuff, including the photos and all that in there. So
excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, I keep seeing those things at thrift stores for a couple bucks a piece, and I always wonder, is there any use to these things?
Yeah, it actually turns out to be pretty handy if you have a modern computer that doesn't have a CD-ROM drive. or a
Mhm.
DVD drive. They come in handy as a standalone media player, kind of.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to more seriously take a look at those when I see them. I might
Yeah.
buy a few and ship them to people as players for those people who don't have CDs anymore.
That's right.
Excellent. Yeah, so I'm loving it. So thank you very much, Dad. Definitely.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Da-da. Da-da.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, so I'm doing pretty good on my letter writing, and
Fun.
I'm kind of showing off my Monster Scouts typewriter.
So you have that typewriter angled, it looks like, on a stand. Is that what I'm seeing?
It's on a tripod.
A tripod. Oh, okay.
So I can
Yes.
I can angle it any way I want and move it around. And
Is that a homemade stand, tripod mount, or?
No, I actually put a Manfrotto female mount into the bottom of the typewriter.
Okay.
And then I have a board with a hole cut in it to match, because the Manfrotto mounting thing has a little it stands about that far off the end of the bottom of the typewriter. So if I just had the typewriter on there, it would wobble around because there's only that little circle holding it in place. So I put a board. Let's see, I can show this by flipping it over. But I have this board here with a hole cut in it that takes all of this support and transfers it across the whole machine. So it's more like a table now instead of a
nice,
kind of a floppy sort of system.
It's the modern version of the World War I trench typewriter with a little tripod.
Yep, it's my improved version.
Yes.
But
Very
so
cool.
I enjoy this one a lot. This is very happy with the way this project came out.
Yeah, that's great.
So now Joe's getting another letter.
Yes,
green ink.
That's right. I'm gonna have to start writing one to Ted today.
Let's see.
Okay, so
every
here's
day
what
that
you
passes, we can get a letter. We have to send a letter. We get one in the
by
same
each other.
mailbox.
So if you get one of those video tripods, the big studio kind that has the 3-wheel dolly things that the leg fits in, right? Like the studio video tripods, then you could walk your typewriter down the sidewalk and type. It'll roll with you, right?
Good. So I expect you to hop right on that.
I'm going to hop right on that. Yep.
That's a great.
You still have your
it's too hot though. I don't know. Maybe a small typewriter.
Take the baby for a walk.
Take the baby for a walk. I'm going to take the baby for a walk. That's right.
Oh, you know what? That Mercury would probably.
The Mercury would be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even this little Splendid, right? 33 Olympia would be a good one. Yeah.
Anything with a solid bottom on it that is pretty sturdy. Then that you also need to check to make sure there's enough room between the type bars and the bottom of the machine, because where you mount that thing, there's a nut. You have to have a nut in there to mount the tripod mount, and so you got about 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch of clearance. You need to make sure you don't have the type bar linkages hitting that thing.
Besides the nut that's using the typewriter, you mean?
Yeah, there's 2 nuts involved.
There's 2 nuts involved. Yeah. You could probably figure out some kind of a clamp though that maybe clamps along the side of the ribbon cover if you didn't want to put something through the bottom of your typewriter, maybe.
I had to drill a hole, but you can clamp it if you if you're that sort of guy.
Yeah.
You don't have,
if you don't want to be, that's right. You don't want to modify your typewriters, girly man. But,
would there be magnets that are strong enough?
Ooh,
I don't think so.
Probably not.
Okay.
Magnets, how do they work?
If you had magnets that strong, you'd have a hard time taking it in and out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you could get neodymium magnets that would do that, but they'd also rip the iron out of your blood when you got near them.
Yeah, and they probably wouldn't make the type bars would stick because they couldn't.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you magnetize the whole machine.
That's true.
You might end up with a rolling blackout situation.
That's right, Bill. That's right. But I like
Especially
the idea of a
rolling cart.
rolling typewriter.
There you go.
Maybe adapt one of those drum
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
how they have the drums that they play in the drum corps
Marching
in front
band
of them.
drum thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
Maybe
guy
you can
who did
adapt
that
that
with
to
a
your
typewriter.
typewriter.
Really?
Yeah, on Facebook, I've seen pictures of him like fishing and typing at the same time. He had like a
Oh, that's right. He fly
strap.
fishes, right?
Who
He
is
fly
this?
fishes.
He's fly fishing, and he's got that little, his typewriter on a little tray that's strapped to his shoulders.
Oh, wow.
So some guy's doing that at some point.
Wow.
It was like a few months ago. I saw that on Facebook.
I'll be darned.
And if you're a touch typist, you could rig it up like a keytar, which for those that don't know the term, it's basically a keyboard that you wear like a guitar, but you wouldn't be able to look down at the keys, so you'd have to.
That's right.
Yeah, touch typist definitely.
Yeah.
Somebody
Now,
sharing the screen.
Yes, Robert is going to show us something.
Oh, yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
that's
Pannier typing.
Robert.
Pannier typing, I guess.
Yeah, see, it's the Hermes Baby and the Aristocrat pattern machines that seem to really lend themselves to this sort of treatment.
Yeah.
Just so
Yeah,
light
right.
and
Bike
in
rating.
In the orange bag, there is the case of the Hermes, and so I have really a nice platform to ride. The only thing I would like to do is to place a rubber mat below, because it's a little bit sliding on the bike rack. But I think I can handle that.
Yeah.
I like the skull and crossbones.
It was really very comfortable to ride, so I had enough place for my legs, and I could really ride very relaxed in this configuration.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'd be concerned if you wreck that bike, you're going to have a hard time explaining that to your typewriter repairman.
Exactly.
Sorry, didn't get it, but it's okay. Well, okay, so I put it back, and so
Very cool. Excellent. Yeah.
Nice.
Right. And anything else new with you, Ted?
Oh, let's see. I can't think of anything right offhand. Nope.
Okay.
I've been
Excellent.
doing my mail stuff.
Very cool. We like to hear that. Definitely. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Ted.
Thank you for coming. For finally, thank you for finally coming back. 'Cause,
Yeah, I know, right? After my little.
I took a break too, but I saw that people were on, and I watched parts of the ones that happened over the past couple of weeks. But
Excellent. Excellent. Very cool. Brian, how are you doing?
I'm good. Things are
Excellent.
good. Joe's good. Right here.
Very good.
I have a new typewriter. You probably saw it on Facebook.
I probably did.
Oh, it's this guy.
yeah, fuck it.
TP1,
Bassett,
Yes.
1961.
That's beautiful.
Found this at the antique store yesterday.
Wow.
I got my hair cut because it's in the same parking lot, so
Nice.
I had to go check it out. And it works great. It's I love the ball bearings in the carriage sleeve.
Mhm.
Very cool. I just
Doesn't get any
like doing
smoother
that.
than that.
Type's real nice. I'm surprised how small this is. I expected it to be bigger.
Yeah.
I think it's smaller than my Hermes 3000. It's like, I don't know.
More like a Royal.
Yeah, kind of. It's just compact. It's very nice. And what else was new? Oh, my Lego typewriter is coming along, but it's a long process.
Yeah.
I think I'm at step 7 out of 11, so
Oh, that's not bad.
it's in there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised at how much it functions. You press the keys. There's like a universal bar, and it actually throws the type bar up. It throws the center type bar up when you type on it.
Cool.
You bang on the keyboard, it goes
Yeah.
about as much as I have together right now. So, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think I had something else to show you. Oh, I was going to show guy from the Canadian guy, YCC typewriters. Who's that?
John.
Sean?
Sean.
I when I got my typewriter at the a big story yesterday. Got these cool mugs. I was jealous of your Fire King mugs.
Nice.
Is he still here? Is he gone?
He's here.
Okay.
He's muted.
Oops, I've been muted. I've been talking the whole time with smart ass comments. Sorry, Brian.
I was expecting that. I was listening. Yeah, I got these are glass bake mugs. They're like Pyrex, but a competitor to that from the 50s.
Is it square?
Yeah, it's square.
That is awesome. Oh my God. Now I got to go get one.
Okay. Wait, I'll show you. I got 3 colors.
He's throwing the gauntlet down.
Oh, you got 3 colors. Yes.
Even better.
Good work, Brian. Way ahead.
Collect the whole set.
Yeah.
So now Sean has to get at least 4 colors.
God, now I got to go out this afternoon and go look for these square things.
Do you drink out of the corners of the cup so it doesn't
Well, that's the thing.
spill all over?
We've got to try it. Oh, those are awesome.
Hermes
my
green.
Like
That's Hermes green and nice red.
Royal Quiet Deluxe colors.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, Bri.
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy about those. I was looking for it for the jadeite color that you got. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
So there's one kind of that color and the other 2 are.
I'll tell you what, if you find any more of those squarish ones, buy them. And if I find a jadeite Fire King, I'll buy it and then we can email swap them.
Nice. That sounds good.
Okay.
Very cool.
So Brian, do you have to drink out of the corners of the cup?
Yeah, a little bit. But my regular mugs are also square, so I'm used to it.
Oh, you're into a square mug. Okay.
Are you square mug sort of guy? Does it taste different in a square mug?
A little bit more of an edge to it.
Less groovy.
I was going to say the volume to surface ratio, it probably cools off the coffee quicker, right?
Well,
More surface area.
these are
cool
very
off.
wide shallow mugs. They're
Yeah.
actually soup mugs.
Oh.
They say Lipton on the bottom. They were a promotional thing. You sent in box tops from Lipton soup, and you got a set of these mugs.
Yep.
So I think they're for soup, but they work fine for coffee. And they do cool it off faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's super awesome, Brian.
Yeah. Very cool.
So we can add mugs, Gregory, to the list of all these weird things that are male scales, fountain pens.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on
also-
coffee cups.
Oh, Bill, do you
I-
have a collection?
I have a collection, yes.
Oh,
Staplers.
man.
Don't forget staplers.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that my friend Kevin and I have talked about a long time is when you have an alcoholic beverage, usually next to your typewriter, is the height of the typewriter determines how tall of a glass you can have. You know, like if it's
'cause
a
they knock
small
it over.
portable, you can only put a little shot glass before the carriage. But if you have like a Royal KMM, you can have like a tumbler full of gin and tonic or something. You know,
Let's see if the carriage clears this. No, it doesn't. No, it's still too tall for my carriage on the Smith Corona.
Or the Smith Premier, Joe.
oh yes, that's right.
Yes.
That's right.
There's a lot of booze there.
A lot of booze there.
Oh, man.
Good
Is that
typewriter
why-
for getting hammered.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why real drinkers use electrics.
That's right. Exactly. That's exactly it. You can have the 44-ounce big gulp with gin and tonic.
You just don't want your big gulp on the side the carriage returns when you hit that power return button.
That's right.
You need to use this electric.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Carriage doesn't
Yeah.
pop off the end.
And
Yeah,
you can have
exactly.
the 40-ounce King Cobra on either side and not worry.
Right.
On either side. Drink with both hands.
Get yourself some White Claw.
White Claw.
Oh, man.
If you really need to drink while you're typing and your carriage sits too low or your glass is too high, you can always use a beer hat with the hoses coming down your
Yeah,
Oh,
mouth.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Mhm.
This is true. Yeah,
That'd be a great writing
it's a
setup
good
for you.
idea.
And then you can use that when you're out with your tripod-mounted portable typewriter
that's
walking
right.
around. So you cover all your
That's
bases
right.
that way.
That's right.
Oh.
Man, this is good use of time.
Oh. But would that be safe if you're taking your baby on a walk, though? I don't know.
Well, I think if you're
Let's
drinking
not
heavily
ruin
when
the
you're taking
fun.
your baby for a walk, you get other problems.
Excellent. All right. Anything else new with you, Brian?
I don't think so. I'm trying to catch up on my correspondence, and yeah, nothing else. No, just same old, same old.
Great
Excellent.
pickup on the faucet.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with it, and I got it locally too. Oh, that's the thing I did. I found a person's name on the inside of the ribbon cover. See that? Oh, I didn't see
Let me
it.
zoom in on you.
Wait, does that say Bill? Where?
Bill Guthrie? Oh my God.
I can't really read it. It's David Eagle, and there's a little bit of address. It says Phoenix 518 West F something, and I can't read the rest of it.
Huh.
Phoenix A something, which is probably Z. So I searched on the internet, and I found a David Eagle who had passed away. His obituary was a public record, and he died in 2007. But said he moved to Phoenix in 1966 when he was 13. This is made in 61, according to the Typewriter database. So that's plausible that he would have gotten it before 1966 and written his Phoenix address on the inside. It said he went to Madison Meadows Middle School. And I looked, and that's a mile and a half from this address in Phoenix.
Oh, wow.
So he must have come to Phoenix in 66, gotten this typewriter when he was at school at some point, and written the address for his home down there. So because it wasn't all super easy to find, I wrote it up in a little letter, and I put it inside the case, so it's going to stay with it.
Oh, that's cool.
I gave my name and the date where I found it and where it was. And
wow.
So someone else will be able to look back and say, this is where it started out. And I got it in Phoenix at this antique mall on this date. I'm a typewriter collector. It's why I got it.
Wow.
You wrote this on your blog, didn't you?
I put it on Facebook.
On Facebook, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So that was it. Just seemed right. You know, when I saw the name, I wanted to see if I could figure out who it was, and then because it's written here, it's written on the inside of the case. It's written on the front of the case in big block letters. You can see here, I think.
Let me zoom in again. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, David Eagle.
Yeah, there you go.
We really wanted someone to know that this was his typewriter, so I don't want to mess that up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of a cool thing.
Very cool.
Okay, that's all I have.
I love stories like that.
Yeah, me too.
I can't help but make up like what really happened there. I mean, you think about this stuff. So yeah, David's father, Richard, bought that new in 1961, but he never really used it a lot until they decided to move to Arizona. When they did, David found the typewriter and whined and complained to his dad to give it to him. And his dad said, sure, okay, fine, take it. And then he was scribbled his name all the way through everything. So absolutely nobody would think that this was anybody but his, and hence the address and everything. And he grew up with it until unfortunately passed away. Yeah, beautiful story. I don't know, I'm just making half that up, but yeah, this is, I like writing those things is fun.
Yeah.
He went to Stanford, got a law degree, was an attorney in Phoenix until he died.
Wow.
Probably all because of the typewriter.
I know, right?
Inspired him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's the story we'll tell ourselves, and I think that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
That works for me.
Yep.
That is very cool. And I noticed you got the finger snaps from Ted as you were talking about this. So very cool.
Thanks.
Yeah. What's that, Ted? Oh, the
Tiki mug.
Oh, nice.
Square cup, square mug.
Sunday morning vodka shot.
It's a big shot. Oh yeah.
It's
There we
Tiki Bar Live.
He is wearing his martini shirt, so
Yep.
It's never too early to drink.
I'm in full boozer bear mode.
there you go.
These are my everyday mugs.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I like those.
So square works for me.
Yeah.
You do really have to drink out of the
Oh, yeah.
And a long time ago on Typewriter Club Live, I showed my TARDIS mug, which of course is square also. And the corners are actually very pointy, so I definitely have to drink from the corner. Unless I'm extremely careful, but I'm usually not that careful. So
It helps if you drink from the corner of your mouth.
there you go.
That's true. That's true.
That's a good tip.
Best if you
Did you guys
stick
ever
a funnel
take
in your mouth.
A funnel.
Have a funnel.
Did you guys ever take ceramics in school when you were young?
Yes.
You know, and back in the early 70s when I went to school, you either made coffee mugs or ashtrays. And an ashtray is literally any lump of clay with a depression in it. You could call it an ashtray. So the level of skill required to make it was pretty low. It was a low bar.
Yeah, when your bowl or vase isn't turning out, you just make it into an ashtray.
That's right.
It's the default state of clay.
That's exactly it.
All you gotta do is stick little finger dents in it.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. But getting back to the square mug, it seems like the handle should be on one of the corners so that you have another corner 90 degrees to it that would be more convenient to drink from. But if I was going to re-engineer the square mug, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
You're calling, Joe.
I know. I miss my calling. That's right.
Joe can't help but engineer things.
In our country, there is a town with a mug with 3 ears on it, and it was supposed to be a warden that gave it to an emperor or something, and every time he held it wrong, so the emperor couldn't take it. So every time they put an extra handle on it, and still he messed up the last time.
Oh, wow.
That'll get you your head chopped off.
Yeah.
That's right.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Brian.
No, great to be here.
Bill, how are you doing?
I am doing better. I
Excellent.
passed my kidney stone last night, so
Oh my!
Congratulations.
I've had a thrilling weekend.
What'd you name it?
Big Joe.
Big Joe, which is not a good thing.
The pain in the what?
Yeah, it's amazing how much pain such a tiny little thing can create. But
wow,
it could have been worse. So
out.
Yeah.
And this isn't new, but it is new working.
Oh, thank you, God, he's got shorts on.
I got my Imperial Good Companion 5 going.
Oh, nice.
And this is the one that when I bought it, I knew it had a problem because the jaw cord could be seen, dangling. But it was for a really good price, and I actually got this out of Canada. But it's nice because it has the it has the $ symbol on it, which I think is kind of hard to find for these. But it's interesting because as I got it working and started typing with it, I was reminded of just how much it felt like my Torpedo 18B. And so I got to doing some more reading, and I learned that there is some kind of connection between Torpedo and Imperial for some of their portable typewriters. So apparently it's not a coincidence. And I haven't dug really deeply into that, but that was kind of interesting to learn. I had no idea. And so, yeah, that's my new old typewriter. It only took me 9 months to get around to fixing it. So,
but that's okay because you got it working.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you have a number of good working typewriters. I found that I wasn't wanting to take on a mainspring issue, even though it turned out not to be that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: I've never had to deal with a mainspring issue before this. In the case of the Imperials, they loaded up that mainspring drum with grease. And I'm curious, is that common with typewriters, or is that something more unique to Imperials?
Loaded up as subject. What do you mean, like absolutely
Well,
oozing out?
No, not that bad. But
Okay.
is there generally grease applied in the mainspring there?
I've
Just
seen
a
some with
little.
and without.
Yeah, just a little,
Okay.
because you want to, make that operation happen smoothly, but you don't want to get it filthy in there. So they generally just put a very light coating of grease on the spring, or even machine oil.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a
Yeah.
Zerk fitting, in other words.
Yeah, it's not something you flood with grease.
Yeah, well, I ended up flushing it with I used Specs paint thinner,
Mhm.
which will leave like a little residual oil behind, and hopefully that's a good approach. Time will tell.
Well, realistically, I mean, mainspring, you're not going to get a lot of wear on a mainspring.
Yeah.
It's kind of an over worry that you put grease on a mainspring.
I
because
see.
it's
Okay.
got
I
a
think,
lot of.
I think the bigger problem is rusting, and the oil
Yeah.
prevent
Yeah.
that too. I've seen more broken mainsprings than I've seen ones that were scraping. So
Yeah, it's very rare that there's wear in there.
Okay. Yeah, that was just it was all new to me. This is because it was the first time I ever had to deal with that portion of a typewriter. And then the only time that I've had serious problems with congealed grease with both of my faucet typewriters. Those are notorious for
in those
that I had
bearings.
issue
Yeah,
with
whale grease.
and again, the solution is really pretty. Yeah, so I'm been told. But just like with this Imperial, it just takes some patience. It's hard for my T1, the ribbon drive froze up, and to get into that with like mineral spirits is pretty challenging. But with time and patience, it all worked out. And then on my T2, the escapement mechanism had that same issue, and it just took a lot of time and patience to get it fully, knocked out. So
two most important tools.
This was actually easy by comparison to those. So it worked out okay. And Ted, I've sent you an like a I don't know how I'd phrase it. I've sent you a relief letter in lieu of my letter that's going to come with the mixtape. I'm running into some cassette deck issues, and I didn't address I didn't address the mini disc that you sent me this time around because I haven't found a way to play it yet. I can play audio ones, but for data, it's going to take me. I'm going to take some doing. You don't have to send me anything. I will get it figured out. But
I'm gonna have to buy more of those old laptops on
I know.
stores.
I'll get it figured out. I'll find a way, but it hasn't happened yet. So I'm dying to read about the Taco Bell,
bowel movement
stories.
conspiracy.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What?
The Taco Bell bowel movement conspiracy.
Oh, I kind of suspected it was a conspiracy.
Everything, yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that's a nice long. Back in the '90s, when people had those wireless phones that had base stations and ran on like 900 megahertz radio, they didn't have any encryption. So if you had a scanner or any kind of radio that would read that range, you could just record people's phone calls outside their house.
Oh, wow.
And there were like legions of people with tape recorders and scanners, kind of war dialing, I guess, driving around town and picking up people's calls and recording them. And that was a result of one of those sessions, the Taco Bell bowel movement conspiracy.
Oh, okay. So what is the file type on these files on here?
Should be an MP3.
Okay.
Or
Actually, I'm surprised that
Exactly.
I thought my player had played MP3 files in the past because that's how my guitar files that I sent to you were MP3 files.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They
So-
might be in a
I'm not-
subfolder though, so they're not. Your player isn't seeing them because they're in a subfolder structure.
It's
got
also a very
good
long
point.
file name, so there might be a problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has like an 8-bit file system reader.
Taco Bell bowel movement conspiracy is
Although
kind of
it-
lengthy.
.com. Don't type that in, by the way.
Yeah.
What was that, Brian?
Well, I said usually just truncates it and puts a tilde at the end if it's too long.
Mhm.
It'll display part of the file name, but not the whole thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, that will be a gift that delivers at some point in the future for me.
Excellent.
gift that
I
keeps
will-
on giving.
I will get it conquered. Yes.
Yeah. See, if you're one of my correspondents, you're eventually going to want to get a CD player and like something that'll like a CD-ROM drive that'll still read these old CDs, because that's what I'm going to send you. It's just inevitable. You're just going to have to get back into that early 2000s technology mindset.
Oh, and one quick question, Ted, have you received the sequential letter from Lynn yet?
I have not.
Okay. Well,
Was that sent soon or?
Well, I don't know if now that I think about it, I'm not sure if she actually has sent it yet or not, but she was on the call last night and reported that she had received it and had typed up a letter to you, but perhaps she
so I'll
hasn't
probably
sent
get it
yet,
next week.
But it
Yeah.
should be coming soon. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm excited to see it
Yeah.
and do my
It's
part.
making its way.
do
Making its
my
way.
duty to God and my country.
Duty and
Something else I
never
forgot
mind.
to tell you about.
What's that, Brian?
Something else I forgot to tell you about. I got this record.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a touch typing instruction.
Nice.
There's a little book and little exercises to do on the back.
Mm-hmm.
I knew I had something else. I just couldn't remember it.
Do you already know how to touch type or
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, it's good to have practices, though. The exercises are very repetitive and very intentional.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're learning how to do the movements you need to do to type on a typewriter.
I was really impressed that Daniel up in Ottawa taught himself how to touch type late in life, just recently here since he got into typewriters. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Wow. I think it was Mike Derling. Was it last week that at the end of the session, I in the chat I gave permission for him to play a record very similar to that one, so we heard a little bit of it.
Oh, I was going to ask if you wanted to hear a little bit now, but
yeah, go for it. Yeah, we didn't run into issues last week, so
okay, good. Well, there's no music on it, so
yeah.
I wish I had my Fez now. If you're going to put some typing instruction.
know.
You know, right?
Hey, why don't we get Ted to make us a Type Pals Fez merch?
That's an excellent idea.
Know?
Type Club Live Fez. Okay,
might
everybody
wanna-
put the tassel to the left side now. No.
Yeah, we can call ourselves the type slugs.
Type
Yeah, there you
slugs. I love it.
And maybe instead of the tassel, we actually have like a return lever on top.
Or a red and black ribbon.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That
Perfect.
would work.
I love it.
You want
I can.
Yeah, exactly.
or leopard?
Yeah.
Oh, I do
Leopard.
both depending on my
Our
mood.
choice.
By depressing the shift lock first.
The leopard fez.
Press the correct shift key,
Where,
holding it
where do you
firmly
get your fezzes?
while you
I need to
strike
go
the
get a
letter
fez.
key. Release the letter key and also release the shift key finger for normal typing.
I think I got these.
Now let's
at,
try band 3, line
let's see, where'd I get these? It was in the early 2000s. Archie McPhee.
Sorry, I stepped over Brian's record. My apologies.
Archie McPhee, I think, was where I got him.
Okay, thank you.
Archie McPhee. Excellent.
That guy's voice on the record is very distinctive. I don't
It
know. I'd
is.
want to be sitting next to him at the bar.
I'll play a little bit more. Just a little.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Please
I
do.
move my laptop and the microphone and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of dirt.
Correctly.
Please start to type whenever you hear the signal. Ready, type. At the sound of the bell, your line is ended. You will hear instructions to return carriage for the next line. Return. Now, please examine the typewriter keyboard. 4 fingers of each hand are used to strike the keys of the typewriter. Use your right thumb to strike the space bar. You never use your left thumb. Place your hands in home row position as follows. The left-hand fingers lightly rest upon A, S, D, and F. Place them there. Rest your right-hand fingers on J, K, L, and the semicolon. Look at your hands on home row position and notice that the 2 keys in the center remain uncovered.
Okay, I'll stop it.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. All right.
So I don't really see how learning to type on a typewriter is for touch typing is different than a computer, other than maybe the return.
Finger strength.
It is it?
Oh yeah. Have you tried using your pinky?
I use it all the time. For
Oh,
what?
yeah.
For what?
I don't know.
Oh, for typing.
Oh, typing, yeah.
Pick it up
What
on
are you
last
talking
week's
about?
conversation. I listen to you
course.
guys.
Of course, the guy, he said, never use your left
Left
thumb
thumb.
for pressing the space bar. Geez, on the Smith Premier 1, I think that's one of the choices
Oh.
because there's 2 space bars.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so electric typewriters then, I mean, you don't need strength for those. So it's,
No.
I just don't see much difference other than, because you have so many different configurations of keyboards that, on typewriters where, where the tab is, where the backspace is. There's really no escape. So you don't have to worry about that, unfortunately. But it seems to me that if you know you can learn how to touch type on a computer, and you've got it for a typewriter, except for, as Sean said, the strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we could do this with an MP3 instead of vinyl.
Yeah. But what's the fun in that?
Yeah, really.
As long as you capture all the crackles from the record,
Yes.
yes, I would listen to it on an MP3.
Oh yeah.
I think there's programs for that where you can record the crackles on top of your
Yeah.
Oh, between Brian and Ted, I'm sure they can actually put all that together on CDs.
Yeah.
So getting back to the typing class, I was reminded me that Bob Marshall is going to be teaching actual typewriter typing this fall sometime in Riverside.
Oh, right.
And I think Bob was online here. Maybe he might be. Anyways,
I'm here.
yeah. Hey, Bob, do you have any comments about teaching people to type with typewriters versus computers?
Well, I still haven't decided if I'm going to use. I would love to just use one of the systems and be done with it.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, sit down and listen. I'm putting the needle on the record. I mean, wouldn't that be great? But it never seems to work that way. So I have a feeling I'm introduce it, and I think I could probably get people of today to listen to it for maybe 10 minutes, but after 10 minutes I think they'd be tired of it. What do you guys think?
10 minutes is pretty ambitious.
Yeah.
Got to put a break beat behind it, man.
Yeah. There you go.
Right. No, and that's not a bad idea either. I think it'd be neat to introduce it to them. And I've got a Smith Corona system on record, and I moved it to digital. The problem is it doesn't follow sequential. It's not in sequence. It is as per the book. So you got to have the book with it. And then I realized I didn't have the book. I just had the records, right? So yeah, I'm real excited to see how it works out. And I'm going to be doing 2 classes, one under 16, one over 16. I think the classes will run for like an hour a week for a month. we'll try that. I know I've done some private instruction to people at half an hour for a month, half an hour a week for a month. And that seems to really help people, because there are people who want to be good playing with typewriters, and they're okay, just like learning to play guitar or anything else, they're okay taking some private instruction.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what that future brings. I'd like to do more private instruction. I don't know. I would have gladly paid for learn to typewriter lessons, private one-on-one instruction.
So my friend
Yeah.
Ethan, he is not a typewriter person, and he's grown up with mainly laptop computers.
Yeah.
And he tends to put the laptop on his table a little bit far away and stretches his hands out, his arms flat on the table, and kind of, types like that. So he tried typing on one of my portable typewriters using the same technique. And what he was doing was bending his wrists up like that. And he started getting carpal tunnel pain almost immediately. And so I think a big key to learning to type on a typewriter is about the typing posture. And I find a little bit more like, I know that ergonomics of computer keyboard use, like in my company that I work for, is big on ergonomics, because so many people use computer workstations, and ergonomic injuries is the biggest injury in the company. So it's all about, like, for computer keyboards, keeping your wrist straight, not planting your wrist, because then you block carpal tunnel, right? The movement, and having your body position neutral and everything. But for manual typewriter, though, you do need more, almost a reverse curve. You need to get a little bit of fingers hovering above the keys, so you can have that mechanical force onto the key, right? So you can't really just, like, typing on a modern laptop computer, you're kind of just levering your fingers and not much muscle needed at all. But you need almost a little slight, like a handball, racquetball in your hand, kind of a thing, right? All over the keys.
And this
Go
is
ahead,
a
Bob.
big argument or a discussion between playing like a Casio keyboard and playing a piano. So we got to take people from the Casio keyboard back to the piano. And how do we do that? So that'll be a big one. No, that'll be a huge, Joe, everything you said, I'm going to have to reiterate like 28 times to students.
Right. Right.
This is the gist of it.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm really excited to see how it all plays out. I suspect I'm going to make mistakes. I'm very fortunate to have a lot of educators in my family. They've all agreed they're going to show up, sit in the back, hold scorecards. If I do a bad job, I get detention, all the things, right? So I'm hoping, so I'm very fortunate to be surrounded or have a family full of educators that are interested in making sure I don't embarrass the hell out of myself. But I'm really excited, because I've always wanted to be a teacher or teach things. I really enjoy teaching things. Well, I like to talk, but I have to make sure the class isn't just me expounding and talking.
Yeah.
Right.
You like to talk?
I know, it's weird, huh? Oh, it's so weird. I will tell you all, if I had a really good time at Joe's house. My son had a really good time at Joe's house. As I recommended in the video, we should all stop by and visit Joe for weeks at a time.
Sure, come on.
Come on over. Joe's like, come on. I mean, like Andy kept me in coffee all day, and it took me half a day to figure out that she was using the good stuff. And so then I had to, like, cut it down with water, and it was really, Andy really knows how to make a great cup of coffee. That's for sure.
Yeah, she does.
But we had a great time. We were just going to hop around Colorado, but we ended up running way up north. Somebody called and wanted to donate some typewriters. I'm sure you all saw the pictures of my truck was just chock-a-box full of typewriters. And
Wow.
that was not the plan, but that's how it worked out. And
Were the pictures posted?
Say what?
Where were the pictures posted?
Oh, just on social medias.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think and Bill, I don't think you're on any social medias, are you? Yeah, right.
No.
Brad just called. They're going to be there in 15 minutes. So.
Well, I was thinking maybe it was on TypePal. So.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done that one yet. It's an idea. Whatever. I just posted that we had a good vacation, and we're looking forward to getting some of these machines out to the public so they can play with them. I'm never a big fan of the neener posts. Look what I got and you don't, so I try to avoid posting in that direction. But
The only post I put in.
it's always
Yeah.
a hard one. It's always a hard one. But yeah, we're real we're real busy remodeling the new shop here. So we're gonna be moving showrooms soon. I decided to move out of my house, and we're gonna have the shop and showroom in one location at my house. So should be a lot of fun. Yeah, we're gonna.
It's good seeing you, Bob, and
good to see
anyways,
you, Joe. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, seriously.
and
guys,
also to everybody, I'm gonna have to get off now because I have to go to lunch with my friend Richard.
Very good. Very good.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
Bye, Joe. Bye, Joe.
Bye,
Joe,
everybody.
good to see you.
Good to see
Yeah.
you too, Bob.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. And Christopher, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. I've been out of town and listening, but not participating. I don't have any new typewriter stuff. I have a new laptop. I hope it's working well. Oh, I'm kind of purple. But, oh, well, that's the way it goes. And Susan and Gregory, thank you for the letters.
You're welcome.
I was traveling, and I was at Bryce Canyon in my trailer and sent a letter to Susan. And when I got home, there was a reply in the mail. So that was good.
Wow.
Nice.
Ted, when you guys were talking about traveling years ago, there was a guy whose name on the internet was Woodsy, and he was using one of the Tandy Model 101, 100s or 102s, and he had a bicycle. He was traveling the country, and he had it set up on his handlebars, and he had either developed or had found a keyboard system that would plug in, that instead of typing individual things, you'd use chords like on a piano to indicate. So he was, not moving around as much.
That guy's still around.
Is he? What's he doing? I thought you might know.
He's on Facebook. He posts every once in a while in the Model 100 groups.
Okay.
The Tandy Model 100, 102, 200 groups. And he still has that bike and that computer. And he's actually rebuilt it, and it's like a cockpit sort of thing now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy. That dude is nuts. But he is smart.
Wow.
I'll have to look for that.
Yeah.
And thank you, by the way, for letting me know that Club 100 has the new RAM cards that you can plug in. I haven't got one yet, but
oh yeah, the Rex ones, or
yeah, as soon as I'm done with my summer wanderings, I'll probably pick one up because I like that machine a lot, and it would be nice to be able to port it to other places easily.
Oh, the Rex makes such a huge difference for that machine because it's non-volatile. So you can save images like RAM images to it and just load different RAM images into your machine anytime you need them. And if you want to save files to it, it doesn't matter if the batteries die because it'll still remember them. Mm-hmm.
Well, in the old days, what I used to do was I would use CompuServe, which had a 300 baud ASCII. And I'd upload to that and download to my other computers and print and do all the things that I used to do. Although I sort of have the complete set for the 100. I have the printer, I have the disk drive, and the feet. We showed one Saturday the fiberglass
the little stick feet that plug into the bottom.
Yeah,
I got 5 of those.
But you need 6 or 4.
Yeah. I've got one extra or I'm missing one, depending on how you look at it.
Exactly. Yeah. And the other thing I was happy to see was they've got power supplies, because my power supply has a little short in it, and sometimes you know how those work. So
you know what's real funny? The power supply for the Brother electronic typewriters, the little inkjet, or not inkjet, but thermal typewriters.
Yeah.
They work on the Tandy 100. Yeah, they're the same
tapes?
polarity. Yeah, they're the same negative center.
Dogs allowed at Lake Park.
Yeah, 6 volt, about 800 milliamps.
That was a sad day when Tandy stopped making the carbon tapes for that thermal printer.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna have to run thermal paper through it now.
Exactly, which is a little scary for me, but these days with laptops, I used to travel with that and sit out on fences and say, I'm looking at Jacob Lake and I'm sending this letter to you. And then I could, email it or type it out or print it out rather. And it was a lot of fun.
They're good machines. They're still good. That's
Yep,
one of
I
the
agree.
few little tiny, retro computers that is actually useful in the modern day.
Cool.
Just because its I/O is so good and it's still got a good programming system that you can, could do controller stuff with it, and it's got a decent word processor in it. So yeah,
I bought one of the word processor chips, which is actually pretty amazing for such a small screen machine. The last time I saw, the ham radio guys were using them for packet radio.
That's a big use for those. If you get the Rex, you don't have to buy the ROMs anymore because you can store ROMs on the Rex and just load them as you need them. You don't have to plug them in and out.
That'll be nice.
Yeah, it solves a lot of problems.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome.
As usual. And by the way, thanks for all the work you do with the typewriter database. I don't utilize
very
all
welcome.
of it, but I may someday. So thank you.
Excellent. And anything else new with you, Christopher?
I think that's just about it. I have a trailer that's new to me, and I've been out in it, and it's lovely, and I'm getting ready to go again, and equipping it and fine tuning it and getting it so it's just exactly how I want it. That always takes time and money, and
yes,
fortunately I have a little bit of each, so that's what's happening. Anyway, thanks for the letter, Gregory.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And thanks for running this. This is really fun, even though I'm mostly just listening, but it's nice to know I could jump in if I feel the need.
Exactly. Yes. That's how it's designed. So
yeah. So anyway, thank you, and hello to everybody. I admire you guys that repair typewriters immensely.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
And I hope never to be one of those, but you're around.
Yeah. Speaking of people that like to repair typewriters, Diane. She likes repairing the old typewriters.
What?
You like repairing the old typewriters.
Well, yeah, I like to get them working. That may or may not be a repair. I'm not always so great at the repair end of things.
That's okay. That's okay. Anything new with you?
Is there anything new with me? No. Well, actually, I actually have 2 letters ready to go out, which is pretty good. I'm working on a third.
Very good.
I hadn't really typed anything for about a month. Hadn't felt like it, and I actually did get my SM9 up onto my desk, so I could actually finish one of the ones that was actually left in there before my surgery. So,
and how are you feeling after that?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Excellent. Very good to hear. And the cats are doing well?
The cats are doing well. They like being home much better than they do at the vet for
I know.
a period. Well, but they had to be because there's nobody here to take care of them otherwise.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's good that you have that option. So definitely.
So yeah, they have a boarding facility, and so I have a huge honking bill now. But well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because they had to be there for a couple of weeks, and
wow.
Yeah, that hurts. Not good, but it is what it is, because I'm kind of moved in with Mom for a couple of weeks there. She's always saying, "Oh, she's wondering what she's still doing here." It's like, well, you're here to be Mom.
Yeah.
you're here to take care of your kids still.
Yeah.
Oh, but anyway.
Yeah.
So nothing new on the typewriter front. I haven't gotten any. It's like I haven't been to an antique store in a couple of years.
Oh wow.
Well, you know, between COVID and other, you know, other family things occurring that, you know, that I just, you know, between two family members that passed away during that time, that there was just, you know, no, I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to be, it's like, you know, during that period, I just didn't want to go out or do anything. It's like, fine, whatever, I'll work, I'll go over to mom, dad's, and that's that, you know, and dad passed, and then my nephew passed, you know, like earlier this year. And it's, I just have not, you know, after that, it's like, well, I'm hobbling around because I can barely walk, and now I can walk, but you know, I still just, I'm not really into the whole, I'm still working up to the point where I could be able to walk through an antique store, you know, because they're not exactly small. You don't just go in and come right out, you know, you got to go up and down the aisles, and that takes more than I have at the moment, I think.
Yeah.
So.
But the good thing is you have lots of toys to play with.
Well, yeah, this is true. Yeah, that.
Oh, you muted yourself, Diane.
That was one of my recent ones, the SM9.
Nice.
So it's only a measly 46 years old. It's from 1976. It's like, it's a baby.
Yeah, exactly.
when compared to the speed typer that's 123, or the S. Smith Premier 1, which is 133. Wow. It's a baby.
Yeah. Oh. Definitely.
Diane, I like the way your cat is just staring at the wall.
I know. I caught that too.
I thought they were
giving you the cold shoulder there.
Yeah.
They were just stating an opinion.
Yeah.
Showing us the back.
He was on my lap, but he got off, and he's looking. I think he's looking up out of the window. It's been raining here today, and it's just, it hasn't been heavy. At least I haven't really paid attention to it. I just know I can see it dripping off the, you know, the edge of the roof in front of the window, and drip. So it's raining. That's good. We need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he was just sitting there staring out the window.
That's like the cat version of the middle finger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Staring out the window, giving you the back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Wait till he stands up.
I know.
At least he what?
Wait until he stands up.
Oh, he'll turn around and plop his butt back on my lap.
Excellent.
No, he's a good boy. He's sitting on my work laptop at the moment.
Well,
I wish I.
Good.
What?
That's good. Someone has to sit on it.
Well, they like to sit on they like to lay on it when it's open.
Oh, yeah.
Right now it's closed. It's like, well, because the heat comes up through the key.
Exactly.
I don't know if you've ever noticed how warm your keyboard is.
Oh, yeah.
But it's definitely warm, and they like to lay on it. I'll come in after feeding them, and it's like draped across the keyboard. It's like, seriously, cat? How many times do they put me into airplane mode today? I don't know, but they do.
Yep. Excellent. All right. Well, it's so good to see you, Diane, and I'm so glad you're doing better.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Rich, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing much better. I've been out for a few weeks. Started with a trip to Fort Hood, so I missed an event then. But when I got back, I just went straight to bed, and I had COVID. And I think I was laying in bed for about a week, and then was okay enough to telework. So I did that for a week, and I think I'm past. I'm certainly past the contagious phase. I still have some of that cough, so when I start talking too much, it starts to come out. But other than that, I feel much, much better. I lost about 12 pounds and I'm doing what I can to try and keep it off. Couldn't do that when I was running a lot. But, yeah, still, I haven't gone down the road on too many more typewriter adventures. I haven't really looked. I know maybe a week before the last time I was here, I was in Mount Dora at a thrift store, and I saw an Adler typewriter, and it was pretty much the same as a Triumph I have. I think it was like a Gabriel 10. I don't remember the Adler. That's my Triumph, and I think that Adler may have been the same thing. But I turned it down. I walked away, and it has in a way kind of haunted me because I could have had it. It was a QWERTY, and even though it was an Adler, but anyway, my diet is continuing. So it's.
I admire your restraint, especially if it was like J3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm so saturated. I don't know what to do. I've got some in boxes that I want to use, and I can't get myself to put away the ones I enjoy using so I can make a trade. So some of those just sit in their cases in a stack, and I've got like 4 different areas in the house where they've accumulated.
Well, you can send any unwanted ones to me,
There are in boxes.
Yeah. Well, the problem is they're not unwanted, and so they sit. But I have to have an exit strategy, otherwise there's just too many of them. And I like a lot of other folks in this room, where I just have a lot of collections, so I can't let anything get away from me. That's my challenge right now. And but I still use them. I've got a Royal P I've been using for quite a few months. I mean, maybe 6 or 8 months, and I just don't have the heart to pick it up and put it back in its box and pull something else out. It's just I've gotten so used to it. And
invest in table space.
There you go.
Yeah, I got too much. I got 3 of them out and just set up to use, and there's a whole bunch back there on a rack. But and that's just this room. So it's just it's a first world problem, I guess, to have so many typewriters. And then you have to keep them with good ribbon. So or pull it out and you got to replace the ribbon and then put it away, and there it sits. So,
yeah.
Hey, Rich.
Yes.
What year is your Royal P?
Well, so I have 2 of them, and they're both, I think, early 40s, 41, something like that. Oh wait, you know what? I've got it on.
No P is a 40s machine.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let me look.
Where'd you go? There you are.
I'm opening.
It's one of the questions I had today is asking about if anyone's got a 1928 Royal P.
I'm opening up my my inventory spreadsheet.
I have a 29.
Yeah, that sounds more appropriate.
What do you want with a 29, Sam?
Actually, I have a 1928. That was my first apprenticing to repair.
Oh, okay.
And it's all ready to go except the feet.
Yeah.
I can't connect it to the board because the feet are just so, like, what's left is just so, broken and disintegrated. So it's Anthony said that it was like, at this point they were looking at the was the Royal O's or the other one. It's kind of in between, so it's hard to find the right foot for it that will connect it onto the board.
Yes.
So I'm looking for somebody who might have a viable one that they would be willing to send, and then Anthony would make a whole bunch of them because he's Valapi from the Type Space.
Yeah, he'd make a mold.
He'd make a mold, because I'm like, it's sitting in his shop and I feel bad because it's like, I'd like to take it home or sell it, because I think as of this week, I might have hit my magic number of 11 or 12. I've got 1 typewriter sitting in Olympia, that will be driven down at one point, and one that I just picked up in Delaware that has been paid for, and he's going to ship it. So I might be at 12. 11's my magic number. I have to stop because I don't want to, I'm a renter. So anyway, but I'm looking for someone who's got a viable, correct foot for that so that he can make a mold and then he will have them. So I was just wondering if anybody had anything like that.
The problem is I've never seen a Royal P with a viable foot left anymore.
Are you talking about the ones in the case?
It's, and from the inside?
Yeah, it'd be the ones actually on the machine. And the reason that they don't allow the hardware to hook up is because they've been mashed to the wrong size. So you have to kind of get that size exactly correct. In order for the machine to lock into the hardware that attaches it to the board.
Well, I spoke already with Matt at ACE because everybody, in Pacific, they're all in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
And Pacific says I send them all to Matt. So I went into Matt and he's just didn't have anything. He told me about a Selectric 3 something or other, that if you get the feed rollers that are big, those are gone too. And says you could modify it. So we're hoping to find one that is viable enough to make a mold out of it so that I can get mine put together so that we can put the case on it. Otherwise, we can't connect it to the board. So
well, I hope he does, because if that's a big problem with Royal Ps, and there's so many Royal Ps out there,
well,
if he can get a decent,
there's feet in there. I know.
Oh, she's got what looks like good feet.
Those look like good feet. Yeah.
And it is one single foot, correct? Rather than two parts.
I don't know. I've never taken it off the board.
Does it have that funky screw on the top that you need like a double edge, like a 2-footed piece?
The beer key screwdriver.
What's it called?
You can make that screwdriver out of a church key.
He made one, but
you can really easily make it.
Oh yeah, he made one, but that seems to be like if it's got one of those, then that might be the right foot.
Mm-hmm.
So we've spent hours on it already trying to get something. He's made some molds. We've tried to modify something and nothing will go through.
It looks like the screw comes in from the bottom.
Yeah.
It looks like it comes in from
the top. What does the top part of it look like? It's not a straight across regular Phillips screwdriver. Is that the right word?
I'm dropping my
hot edge.
I'm sorry. Let's see.
Flat blade, slot edge.
Like a slot edge screw.
On the inside. Boy.
Get that cat to help.
Yeah, the cat's not helping, but it doesn't look
funny. I find myself trying to reach forward to help you balance already. I'm like, it's like, oh, I can't do anything. I'm helpless here.
Oh.
It's like watching an act, Diane the contortionist and cat.
Let's
My
see.
assistant.
There it is.
Yeah, it just screws in through the hole in the middle. It's a shaft.
The hole in the bottom. Yeah, I don't think there is any. I think it's just this screw here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's all that holds it.
What?
Yeah, that looks like what I'm looking for. If it is just the foot goes through the board to the other side, correct?
No,
it's not two separate feet.
it's two separate feet. You got a board foot and then you got the typewriter foot. So you can unscrew the typewriter from that base and then put it down and it's still got rubber to sit on it.
Yeah, we can't seem to make it work. So we're looking for the appropriate ones to make a mold out of.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough because when that typewriter sits on that board and you screw it in, it pulls it down, and that's what's mushed the feet over the last 80, 90 years, right?
Yeah.
So I have not seen all the Royal Peas I've got. I mean, this one here is a 2019-29, and it looks like the guy I got it from used a bunch of grommets. So they're not even correct, but they just sit around the shaft there.
Yeah.
And they are just sitting, the grommets are just sitting there as the spacers for the typewriter.
Yeah.
But they're
Well, all of the ones that I have were like pieces of broken candy, hard as a rock.
Yeah, and all the I have had are like that. And I bought from Anthony some feet for just the later model, the O, and I tried to cut them out and squeeze them over that flange, and no joy. Now they sit too high and it won't go back onto the board at all. So I would die for a proper set of something that'll get all the old feet.
I'm gonna have to take all of these off to be able to get the machine up.
Well, Diane, you got some time, so might as well get going.
Well, that would be a great challenge because like he said, as I just talked to me the other day, he says, ask online, ask who's got them, because if you need some, someone else is going to need them too.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons I came on today.
And the problem is that the way that flange works, Sam, you'd have to get the whole typewriter, because trying to get those feet off, you'd break them and then you'd lose that awesome, template, I guess, so to speak. So
yeah,
it's a tough one.
We've tried a couple of different things, and it's my typewriter. Actually, I picked it up. It was pretty funny watching him fighting with it one day, sitting back there, and it was just like, he's got it balanced on his knees, and it's half dark in there, and he's just trying to fix it. And like, it's okay, leave it. You got to get this done. But it would be great to be able to make it a saleable one, because it might be number 12. And since I've already repaired it and cleaned it and all that, that's all I need.
Yeah.
And I'd rather sell it complete rather than like, sorry, you can't use the lid on it. But anyway.
I'll tell you, the bottom feet are probably a good match for Selectric 2 feet. And there's plenty of parts Selectric 2s out there. So
you mean the case feet, the bottom board?
Yeah, the bottom case feet, the board feet.
Yeah.
Those are probably pretty easy to source.
Maybe we can give it a try. No.
Up.
There she goes.
Lost my screen.
Okay, so those are round.
Yeah, they're kind of rounded. Like they have like, yep. That kind of looks like what came off. But we can't use them because they're just, some of pieces are broken. It's not complete.
Well,
I have to take those.
What holds those feet to the machine?
It's a weird slot screw that has a hole in the middle.
Yep.
Okay.
A special screwdriver for it's, and you can make it out of like any kind of big flanged item, like a
I don't see a slot.
No, they were some of the early ones. They're just right on there. Like you can't take those shafts off the actual typewriter. That's what makes them so hard. And then they're flanged at the bottom, so you have to squeeze the foot up and around to get it attached to the typewriter. I've had a dick of a time with some of these things. Like it frustrates to no end. It makes these Underwood Champion front feet look easy by comparison.
Well, yeah, you just cut the flange off the end of the back feet and you got the front feet.
Yeah.
Well, we are missing one of those screws and flanges. It only came with 3. So we're looking for that too. Although 3 will do, 3 will be good enough, I'm sure.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. It looks like it's on a piece of metal.
And we've tried with spacers and everything, and tried another one to push it through, like you were saying, to squeeze it and get it through. We spent about 3 hours on it totally. Wow. And I was asking him, so how much is that? If somebody brought you this and they said, we really want the feet, how much would you charge them? And he's like, it's like $60 an hour. So, or whatever he charges. I said, so if they insisted, would you charge them for the full extra 2 or 3 hours? He's like, yeah, you bet. So, you know, $65 machine after cleaning and everything is now going to be like, you know, $250, $300.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's a pretty machine. It's just all black,
Huh.
no scratches or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see a way to get these off
Okay.
without totally destroying them.
Yeah.
No, don't do
You
that.
want to do that. Yeah.
Okay, but thanks for trying. Appreciate it.
Just feel fortunate that yours are in good shape.
Yeah.
Good in air quotes, right?
Good, yes. As good as they can be at that age.
I just,
So you're saying try a Selectric 2 feet to see if we can, I mean, even if we could find one to carve it out with, you know, in my mind, you get a chunk of rubber that will fit and you know, carve it out and then somehow squeeze it through or potentially make the holes bigger and get some bigger spacers to make it work.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to meet a guy to pick up a vocal mic, and he just messaged me and said we're going to meet at 3, which is halfway to Daytona. So I have to evacuate. Sorry, I'll have to pick up the rest of this on the video. So keep it humorous, keep me entertained.
Oh yeah, we will. Thank you so much, Rich.
See y'all
Safe
later.
drives, Rich.
Next time. And Sam, was there anything else new with you?
With me?
Yeah.
Well, I just finished ushering for Cirque du Soleil for the last several weeks. And, you know, bringing in some extra cash.
Yeah.
That was interesting to watch because I've never been. And a friend took me to Stomp. And as a musician, I really enjoyed that. The first time I was watching Cirque du Soleil, I'm kind of like, well, you know, I can barely move my arm forward to pick up a cup of coffee some days. And here's this woman with her arm outstretched with a lady standing on her arm. But each day I got to watch a different act a little bit closer. And when you're an usher, you get to be inside. And I became more and more amazed at these people that don't seem to, the laws of gravity do not apply to them, nor do bones or muscles. You know, I've seen some pretty amazing things. And that just ended. And I'm at somebody else's house now again, pet sitting once again, overnight. And my new space is much better than my old space. And I met all deadlines and I cleared off my typing table. And my Latera 22 is sitting there now waiting because I have a postcard and 3 other letters to type, and I'm about 2 months behind. And so I'm here for the rest of the week at night. So I'll grab another typewriter and bring it over here and do some typing while I'm here watching this lovely dog who I don't see now.
Oh.
But I'm actually I'm on a volcano. These houses are on a volcano in the city that is extinct. It's part of the Cascade Group, Mount Hood, Mount St. Helens, all that. And it's very cool. You can still see the caldera if you go up there.
Are you on Mount Tabor?
Yep. Who said that?
That was Bill.
So, hey, yeah, up on Mount Tabor. And, you know, it's beautiful up here. I don't live that far. I'm like 8 minutes away, but I'm not on the mountain. And they have concerts in the park and stuff like that. And it's funny, it's only, I don't know, 3 miles from my house, maybe. And the fauna and the flora are very different. There's different birds up here. Of course, we have a lot of coyotes. I haven't seen any up here yet, but they're up here. We get coyote sightings every day. And you know, it's a beautiful part of Portland. But things have been pretty crazy. I just, you know, I'm working and trying to catch up from the last few years, which hammered my business.
Yeah.
And now just pretty much taking any work I can get. but I haven't had any fun for a long time. I haven't gone hiking or camping since last year's rib baking experience in August. And, but that brought me to typewriters. And so aside from that, trying to work up some words and stuff. And I want to send out about 15 letters to local event providers, which are like umbrellas for several other companies, and see if I can get the typewriter poetry, get some events, hired for hourly wages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So working on it.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
No rest for the weary or wicked. I'm not sure which. I am both.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Oh. I almost mooned somebody yesterday when coming back from the parking lot, getting ready to go to market. And I saw one of our guys sitting there at the stoplight, just kind of gazing into space. And I'm like, I'm going to just moon him. And I didn't. But Rob's like, why would you do that? I'm like, because that's what I do. But I didn't.
Okay.
But, yeah. Anyway. So yeah, if anybody knows of any other cures for that royal pea, or manages to find a foot that they would be willing to
I'm
send
surprised
over.
that Tony hasn't figured out a way to just
Now, if you get a good one, can't you 3D scan it?
He doesn't do the 3D stuff, but that would be an idea. He makes the molds. He actually has the piece.
Someone might have a 3D scanner, and if you can put one good one in it, well.
But then they have to get it off first, which is
maybe with the machine, and then you just have to computerize the bottom feed instead of the entire machine. Just an idea that popped in my head.
Yeah.
That's beyond my idea of knowing how those things work, but it's a good possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, if they can see the mummy.
I take it that once the foot is off of the machine, the design is still fairly unique, because I've seen Tony shown me, his other feet that he's fabricated where he had less than stellar examples to begin with, and he'll build up, a fake replication piece to mold from, and he's been successful. So there's got to be something inherent to this design in particular that's just incredibly challenging, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Bill, where are you located?
I'm in Portland.
Oh, where?
Mount Tabor. I walk over to Tony's shop every once in a while.
Okay.
So
you see all the little pads, all the stuff he's got on his crowded counter with all the little Dixie cups and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's built quite a selection of feet that he's been able to recreate. So he's really rolling on that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's why if somebody was able to get a good example and not break it, but even if it did break, but he could still use it, he would replace it with 4 new ones.
Right.
So where on
Tabor
he
does color matching and everything.
Yep.
He just passed his 1-year anniversary too here this last week or two.
Oh.
They've been open for over a year now.
Yeah, sometimes you find me in the back on a Monday.
Oh, you're on Mondays.
Sometimes I come in on a Monday and I fight with it back there and hang out for a while and that kind of thing.
I was just in there on Thursday. That's when I guess Mark's there on Thursdays typically.
What time were you there?
Oh gosh, I think it was around 4:35, 5:30, somewhere in there.
You might have been there when I walked in the door.
Actually. Oh wow, I was in the back with the
5:30.
guys. So if you came walking in and were just in the front part, but it seems like
I
you
walked in about 5:30.
I might have just left right before. I had to get home to feed my dog, so I probably just missed you.
Aw. Where on Tabor are you?
I'm on 52nd near the little the Methodist church on the corner
yeah.
of 52nd and Lincoln.
Hallelujah.
I'm on a 73rd, just about a block north on Main.
Okay.
So, wow, cool. Hi, nice to meet you, neighbor.
I know,
Likewise.
right?
Yeah, I've been here about 20 years now.
Wow.
It's nice up here.
Time flies.
Now everybody on the internet knows and is going to be driving by your houses really slowly now, going, "Hey, that's where those people live."
Oh, yeah, on my way home, because I'm leaving here shortly. I'm going to just drive right by. On my way I'm on 62nd between Foster and Powell now. So I pass
Okay.
right by the church. I'll be like, hi.
Honk.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right. Well, then, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sam.
Good
Well,
luck.
folks,
I hope you're
Mark,
able to
what you
find
trying to
a
show there?
foot.
What do you
Mark's
have
trying
there,
to
Ted?
show then.
Is it one of your little mini CDs?
Sorry, I couldn't help you, Sam.
Oh, no, thank you for trying and going to the trouble.
And,
But,
I mean, they're intact. It's just a matter of getting them off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you ever do, he'll send you 4 new ones.
Well, maybe if I'm ever in the neighborhood.
There you go.
If I'm ever willing to get on an airplane again, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Got to be careful. The other people I was house sitting for, she just left me a message earlier. She got COVID and they flew to Connecticut and back. So who knows?
Wow. Was that one of your little mini CDs, Ted?
Yep.
Ah, yes.
Yep. There's the new letter for Joe.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
It'll be a surprise for him, but we all have seen it now.
Awesome.
What is it, Ted?
It's the new letter series that I'm doing,
Uh-huh.
which I have my own self-made letterhead, and each one has a little episode on CD. It comes in this little card thing, and you get a little bit of music or spoken word, and
I see.
a nice little
Awesome.
story along with your letter.
Oh.
Wow. That's above and beyond.
And the great thing is it all comes in at under an ounce. Even if I include a photo of the picture or the typewriter that I'm using, and it'll mail first class for a forever stamp.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
nice.
Cool.
So I get a little multimedia bonus.
Sometimes you get fun stuff like this from Ted.
Let me zoom in on it.
Oh yeah, sometimes I send little cocktail things and umbrellas.
Oh, funny.
How
So
funny is that?
she hangs from my desk lamp and it illuminates her.
Ah.
So,
Who
works out
knows what
perfectly.
you'll get?
Yeah. Yes, getting a letter from Ted is like an event.
It is.
Excellent. All right. Robert, how are you doing?
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Well, we have morning, I think. And I'm still, am I alive here? No, crash.
You are live.
No, it works. It works. Okay.
Yes, it's back.
Yeah, I don't trust my connection again.
No.
The last half an hour worked, but now everything crashed again. Okay. I try to bring out whatever I want to do. On YouTube, a comment was from Badula. He greeted me. I greet him back. It's Philip. He's new on Typepulse, and I hope to see him soon here. He's a very good typefall and very reliable, and we had a lot nice writing. And I think he watches on YouTube, but doesn't come in here. So a greeting to him, just a shout out. Well, Typepulse is a great thing because I received a letter from Switzerland. I don't know if I should name her. She wrote me a letter through Typepulse, and it was so amazing because it was a letter with even a vintage postcard in it from her hometown. Where is it? I think it's an envelope. And she noticed that I posted something with a braille machine some weeks ago. And she sent me a sheet with braille letter with a blind, she sent me this one. It's for learning how to read the braille letter. That is really nice, and totally happy about it.
Wow.
And he sent me a kind of I think it's a kind of a domino game. It's a paper, and it also has some I don't know if you can see, marks to feel the pictures here. So it's also made for blind people to learn. Really nice, and I'm so happy about it. And so I want to greet her via this one. I know she looks sometimes here, and maybe to find her here. And she really such a nice connection. Here's the postcard she sent me. It's from 1927 and shows me even where she lives now. Type Pulse at its best, I would like to say. Really happy about this kind of friendship which develops here through Type Pulse. I have 2 letters more to write to other Type Pulse. Really enriching my life. Very nice. That was one thing to say. The other thing is to say, I don't know, maybe next week and the week after, it could be possible that I can't be here. I am in holidays at the North Sea, at the seaside, so I don't know if I have connection. Then I will be here on Sundays. If not, then not. But I think it will be a good occasion to send some postcards to some of you, maybe. Let's see. What else? I'm just posted something in the chat. I don't know if it's still alive. Otherwise, I will post it again. It's a link. Please copy it soon to a little report from our type meeting in Wiesloch in a library. Oliver Mark, a typist here in Germany, organized it, and I came to it. And there was a TV team and doing some reporting about this meeting. It was a really great success. A school class was there and many other people. And it's about a 3-minute report in German. Sorry. But I think it's worth to look at. Place it in the chat again. Maybe someone wants to see it and enjoy it. It was really a great fun to see many people haven't had a typewriter maybe for 30 years or more before, and then they reminded and told us, oh, how nice. And even some people came because they know him and brought their typewriters and presented them to know them in good hands. Yes. And so I got now a new SM3, and this is really a nice thing, and I'm planning to do something here in my hometown. Yesterday I'd been at a little kind of a bar or restaurant, and they have a nice room, and I will ask the landlord, I think is the word for it, and maybe I can do something like this in winter, or I don't know. I have to negotiate, but it's in my mind to do something like this. If it's a type-in or it's a typewriter exhibition or a time cruise, I don't know how to call it. Let's see, but that's one of my things I have in mind to do. What else? Sam, with your feed for the Royal P, I have no really good idea, but what I'm really successful, I made these pieces for another SM3. It's from old plastic corks in wine bottles. Earlier they used real cork, and now they use a kind of a elastic plastic for these corks inside the wine bottles. I don't know how it's in the US, if you have screw up or if you can pull out the corks. And this is really fine material for carving special pieces, which are a bit elastic, but not too elastic. I've repaired many things with this stuff. I don't know, maybe it might be a solution for this case, but I don't know exactly. But it's really interesting, and sometimes a bottle of wine is opened here, and while throwing away this good resource for a good material. That's just an idea. Maybe it's okay, if not. And therefore, it's very helpful just to have a Swiss Army knife where you can repair everything.
Yeah.
That's nearly everything I would like to say. Then one thing is I've reserved an Oliver 5 and hope to get it after our holidays. I paid the half of the price, and when I'm back, we agreed that then the machine will be sent to me. I only have some pictures. It looks quite okay, but I'm really curious to own an Oliver 5. Let's see if I have luck or if it's just for the shelf. I don't know. We will see. And then Valentine is on tour to me. This has a little bit hard story because it was late in a car in summer, and so the case was melted. So I don't know when it comes to me also after my holidays if it's still functioning or if it needs some repair. But on the other hand, this plastic can be by thermal treatment can be rebent. So I think if there's nothing serious, I hope to get it in function. Then I would have a really well-priced Valentine here. That's all now I'm writing here with my Erica M. I don't know if the Erica M is common known. It's really a fantastic machine from Seidel and Naumann. Some say it's the best ever built from them. Really nice and beautiful. Just give you a little look at it. Turning me around. It's this one here.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, it has here is the margin release and margin setting, and here's a tabulator setting, tabular clearing. And what I really like is it's in German what I'm writing. Look at the typeface.
Oh yeah.
I think it's really like written with an electric machine.
Yeah.
Really very precise.
Yeah.
And it's just a great machine. I had it also for a low price because the frame was broken here, and the owner before repaired it here, and it's quite okay. It's well made. It was for rivets, nothing to complain about it, and really a very, very good machine. And even it has what I like very much for an ultra portable. It has double spacing.
Ah, yes.
A really nice thing. And though I do my correspondence before my holiday, and I have a big problem. We are going by car, and we go to the Isle of Föhr on the North Sea. And my big problem is which machines to take with me and how many. So I think I will take 2 ultra portables and 1 medium size, but I don't know if I take the Erica, if I take a Hermes for my correspondence, and I will write my daily report on my holiday. I like this very much. So I really am thinking and negotiating with my wife about the space in the car. How much stuff can I take with me? So big first world problems.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all for now from my side. If no one else has something for me, then I will just try to place it in the chat. Okay. Because as my connection is really stupid. Yeah. So now it's in the chat. Please copy it as fast as possible. Otherwise, it will be lost. Take a look at it. Enjoy it. You can see me sometimes a bit in the background because Oliver was the boss of the meeting, and that's okay. He was interviewed, and they filmed a lot of scenes, but they had to put it only in 3 minutes. So, but it was really fine experience. And the one in the beginning of the report in typing, that's me. They asked me to type, and they want to have several sounds of the machines from the Hermes and from the, I don't know what I typed with which machines, but it was really nice. And maybe they will send a bit more. They told me the TV team they had a really huge resonance by public on this report. Maybe something more will come. I don't know.
Okay.
So, well, that's all for now. Well, here it's getting soon dark. You are just in the morning or in the lunchtime, I think. It's really funny always to think about the half of the world is in another time.
Yeah.
But that's what it is. We can't change it, and so it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, so maybe we see us next Sunday. Yeah.
Just to let you know, I sent you a message in the chat.
I've seen it. I just wanted you just told me something. Wait, let me see. I don't think so. I hope to receive it this week. Otherwise, my son will pick it up, and then I will read it later.
Okay.
So haven't received it. So no. Sorry, no.
No worries.
But thanks in advance, and I'm glad that I will find it soon. Okay, So
Excellent.
that's all from my side.
Okay.
Wishing you all a good time, and I can't promise if we see us next week or not, or maybe I will just, I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe your connection will be better there.
Could be possible, but I'm not sure if it's it
Yeah.
depends on my connection or if it depends on my I'm just working with my smartphone,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
this is really the RAM is always full, and I have to delete some stuff. I don't think it's my connection. I think it's more my device which is
Okay.
overloaded.
Ah.
And but I think maybe on soon we'll try to get a new laptop because I need it for my job, and so maybe then I will have a better device for a better connection to you.
Yeah.
As it's really a nice tradition for me to be Sundays here.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you too, and good time for all of you.
Ken, how are you doing? I caught you typing.
Yeah, well, I got my first Type Pal letter
Oh, cool.
from I don't know if you can see it. Let's see. I don't know if she wants her last name. She doesn't have it, but it's pretty cool. It's got the little logo on it and all that.
Yeah.
Some of you might have seen in the blog where she was wanting to get rid of an SM9. It's a quartz, but I'd been looking for an SM9 and she just gave it away, which was amazing. That shipped it here and just arrived a couple minutes ago.
Oh, wow.
So
I thought I saw you opening a box.
yeah, that was it. It's an SM9. So now I've got an SM3 and an SM9. I think that's all I need. I don't really need two, but
Yeah. Sure you do.
it's on my list. It was on my list.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and it's not hard getting used to the quartz versus the quartzy. I thought, I almost I'm not going to put up with it, but it's like a different language almost. Like down here in Texas, when you start speaking Spanish, you have to flip your brain. And when you get on this one, you just start using the Z, interchanging the Z's and the Y's. So
Are you a touch typist?
yeah. But
that's pretty surprising that you can adapt like
yeah,
that.
Even at my age, little gray cells are still a little malleable, I guess. But yeah, it's just, I think maybe when you get on the machine, your man-machine interface figures out, oh, I got to switch. So it'll be fun. It'll be we'll see when I go back to the faucet how many Y's and Z's I mess up. But
yeah,
so far it's not so bad.
Very cool.
So the hot rod guy was on here earlier, wasn't he? Brian or David, was he the hot rod typist, or have I got that mixed up? That Goody, he had the square cups.
Oh, Brian Good.
Yeah, Brian Good. Yeah, I saw
hot rod typist is Garen Balch.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Okay.
I got him mixed up. I saw him on the same thread, and I didn't put the names right. But yeah, I saw he had a TP1. He got with those cups. I missed the first part of it, but I saw the square cups. I thought that was they are neat. They're just, I was sold on the Hermes until I got the faucet, and then just fickle typist.
Yeah.
Someday I'll get a standard. I just haven't narrowed it down yet. But
yeah,
someday, after listening to the podcast from several people, say standards are the way to go.
Oh yeah.
So we'll go.
Excellent. And is there anything else new with you?
No, that's pretty much it. Just
okay.
Catching up.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you again.
Thanks. What's Monk? Is that's not a rocket, is it, that he's typing on? It's a ultra portable. I couldn't tell. It was more like monk. Is that a? Oh, where'd he go? I
The
lost him.
speaker's on. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I was
That
just
is
wondering what that ultra polar. It looked almost like a Hermes rocket or baby, but
It's a Empire Aristocrat.
oh, is that like
Which
a
is-
copy or a one of
Yeah,
the others copied it?
It's a licensed copy of the Hermes Baby.
Okay.
They made them at the same time, so they're contemporary with each other.
Okay.
But I have repainted it and put a Monster Scouts badge on it, and made the. Let's see, I've done everything in green on the inside, so it's green and black now, and it's very pretty. I like it.
Oh yeah.
And I put it on a tripod mount, so
Yeah, I think people either love them or hate them. I heard people slam them, and I like the one I've got, but I've heard people say if the aluminum's so thin and
the aluminum is very thin on the bodies. But here's the thing about these things: is they're not like other typewriters. They're made to a purpose, and they're made to be very small. So they have a very short stroke touch, which you have to get used to. Unless you go with like the post 1963 ones, they have a little bit of a longer stroke, and they're easier for people to deal with who are used to normal typewriters. The earlier ones like this just have a very short stroke on them, and it's difficult for some people to get used to that. But once you do, they're good machines. They're not great, but they're small and they're compact and fun to work on and fun to
is that
type
your
on.
is that your main letter? The ones the CDs? You don't own that one, or do you use a different one for those?
I use different ones for different days, depending on. Yeah, this is today's typewriter.
That's good to see it. That's
you're gonna get a different typewriter tomorrow.
Yeah. Excellent. Oh, what's that, Bill? You're muted, by the way.
Sometimes Ted will use his Swissa, which I'm kind of fascinated with. Very cool machine. It outputs type beautifully. That's all.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah, I've taken to including pictures of the typewriter I've used on the letter, in the letter, so that you can see my weapon of choice.
Yeah.
With those little printers or the Polaroids, Ted?
No, I actually just use an inkjet printer.
Okay.
I am kind of on a kick right now because a couple of weeks ago, two different friends were cleaning out their houses, and they're like, "Hey, we have these inkjet printers. You want them? And we have this 67-inch TV. Do you want it?"
And you've never been known to say no to that kind of stuff.
I've never been known to say no to that kind of stuff. And so now I have a TV. For people who have asked whether I have a TV or not, I now have a very large, very high resolution TV.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of scary. It's in the bedroom. But the inkjet printers were great because they're the kind that have the print head is built into the ink cartridge. And so all you have to do is replace the ink cartridge, and you have no image problems at all. You got brand new print heads. And so I've been having fun printing up letterheads and envelopes and CD covers and stuff like that. So this past week has been very creatively interesting for me as far as my letter, the things that I type on.
Good. We need to keep you engaged so you stick around for another 40 years.
Well, if you were to write to me, maybe I could write to you back.
Oh, me write Ted Monk? I don't.
Yes.
Never thought about it before. Yes.
There are ways to do that. You might get on the correspondence series and get one of these.
There you go.
Ooh. you got levels to work up to. Yeah. So once you get in,
There are 3 episodes so far of the correspondence series. So if you keep me going for at least 3 letters, then you'll get the series as it exists now. But there will be more in the future. So
I'll have to draft up some story ideas.
You might be getting yourself into a correspondence chain if you do that.
Oh, that's okay. I'm working on all that right now. So
be warned. Be warned.
It's abusive, but you'll love it.
You'll be challenged.
You'll be challenged.
Oh, excellent. Very cool. All right. Well, Ken, it's so good to see you. All right. Neil, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Excellent.
Just sitting here through this whole thing, and I think to myself, what a bunch of nerds and knuckleheads. And then I realize that I'm one of them. So
welcome to the club, nerd.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's what a fun group. We kind of go from craziness to seriousness and back to craziness. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, no new typewriters.
Okay.
A couple on the way, but we'll see how they arrive and what condition. I did pick up a couple of. Let's see. Staplers.
There you go.
There we go.
Ooh, that's nice.
And
does it staple well?
Actually, it does. Yeah, and it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
kind
that's
of.
pretty.
That's a cub, isn't it? Or
It's a ace liner.
Ace liner, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if that's
when it was made.
A brand all in itself, or if they were any way connected to Ace Hardware. I don't know. I don't know.
Ace is a different stapler company. It's not Ace Hardware, but it is a stapler company. It is now Peace Industries is what it's called now. But
okay.
I can tell you the date on that if you open it up.
Oh, let's find out.
Yes. There's the top part splits into two pieces. If you push a button on the edge, and you should be able to pull the top part into two.
No eye injuries.
There you go. And the part that's facing away from you, can you hold it up to the camera? A little closer. Or actually just look at it and read me that 3-digit number right there.
Assuming I can read it. Looks like 474.
That was April 1974. That was built.
Boom.
Really?
Did you see how everybody on this call leaned into the cameras, waited in silent anticipation?
Someone was holding something up earlier, and I forget who it was, and I was trying to look on the side as I was like looking around.
I think I've pulled something.
I didn't stretch before the typewriter call this morning. Oh.
Yeah.
And I went to an estate sale this was a week ago Saturday, and I don't have all these fancy double cameras like you guys got, so I'll show you on if you can see. I picked up a typewriter desk.
Oh,
that's great. You got to have a typewriter desk.
That's
very
nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It was funny because when I brought it in, it cost me more to have it delivered than it did I paid $60 for it. No, I paid $50 for it. It cost me $65 to have it delivered. But
wow,
as I've gotten older, I've gotten wiser. That's at least one visit to the chiropractor and a big bottle of Tylenol. So I don't.
Neil, does it still have its manufacturer's label on it on the outside or anywhere in the drawers? That looks like a very early 20s one.
Funny you should ask. I think maybe, Sean, this may be, although it looks old, I think it's a reproduction.
Oh, okay.
Because I looked underneath and there's a couple of marks, but no, nothing that I could find.
I can't imagine who'd be reproducing typewriter desks. That seems like a dead-end business strategy.
Yeah, I think it's old, but there's a photo of it with the top down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's either very executive or very early.
It's a beauty.
This is the mark that was underneath. It means nothing to me, but and the drawers are old-fashioned, beautiful dovetail drawers. So maybe it's not a reproduction. I don't know. I'm still kind of looking at that.
I think that means it's from January 1942.
Going on Ted's
And
system.
the
Yeah.
WAL, I think, is walnut.
Ooh, there you go. Now that might be
Okay.
true.
That makes sense.
Walnut. Yeah.
Mine was
And chances are very good it was like used in a government office.
What does TD stand for?
Well, you've got me
Typewriter desk.
stumped.
There you
Yeah,
go.
typewriter desk.
Uh,
Typewriter desk walnut.
Until you can find any contradictory evidence, that's what we're gonna go with.
That's what I'm going. I love the January 1942 in walnut. That's perfect.
I stole that from Ted. So
Yeah.
One other fun thing when they brought it in the house, they brought it on the back step actually, and I said I can take it from here, boys. I'm not a total weakling. So they laughed, paid them, gave them a nice tip, and then getting it from the porch inside the door was no problem. But when they put it on like a shelf that comes out like a writing shelf on the right hand side, and it wouldn't go back in. All the other drawers came up, but they slid back in. That wouldn't go. So I ended up taking the drawers out and reaching up, and I could feel there was something that was blocking it. I got it. I heard a clunk, and then the top drawer opened, and way in the back of the top drawer was like a compartment, like a third drawer, and all of this stuff was in there inside.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
I'm not sure why they kept a straight razor in there, but
You never know.
Yeah.
Lots of scissors too. My God.
Yeah,
It looks like those are typewriter cleaning brushes.
they do, but yeah,
Yeah.
the scissors are what do they call them? Are they called crimping shears where it cuts a different style edge?
Uh-huh. And hole punches.
I like the sword letter opener.
Yeah, that's cool.
And
I'm surprised you didn't find a 38 in there.
Stapler. Wow.
I got a 38. See, it's in my desk. See?
Yeah, so that was unexpected little treat.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes on the back of those desks, you'll find a little Minox camera if they were government ones overseas.
Diane has a stapler too.
Here you go, Gregory.
Yeah, that's a real sword.
I got this at Excalibur out in Las Vegas. It was cool, and hey, it serves a purpose.
Yeah.
Home defense.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, that was a great find.
Yeah, so
Good work, Neil.
it was fun.
Yeah. And discovering that secret compartment, my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a secret. It's like a third compartment in the
Yeah,
drawer. But the drawer only opened up to the first two compartments when I looked at it before I bought it. And I thought that's just all the further it came out. Well, that was true, but that's why it only came out there. So.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, getting off some letters and whatnot. So that's about it.
Okay. I believe I did receive a letter from you. You sent me a letter recently, correct?
Yeah, I sent out a bunch of them the last couple of weeks. So,
Okay. Yes, I did receive it. Yes.
Yeah, I received one as well.
Excellent.
Good.
I was at my mom's during my recovery, my post-surgery recovery. Mom's like, who the heck is this from? Oh, Type Pal.
Get some interesting mail when you hang around with this crew.
I know. Yeah,
It's
definitely.
like I saw the typewritten name. Yep, that's the Type Pal.
Yep.
Or you Type Pal.
I have a letter to Ted also that's already typed a couple of weeks ago, but apparently there's a mystery about how to get to you, Ted, because I can't find your email address on the Type Pals.
I don't have my email address on the Type Pals. I have my address on the Type Pals.
You can contact him through TypePals though. There's the send message button.
Really, I'll have to go look again. I didn't see.
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I do have. I think I have my address up there for the postcard exchange. So.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
should be in there.
You'll be getting a letter. It'll be dated like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but anyway. So.
Okay, another one for the grist for the mill.
Yeah, you're gonna receive quite a reply from Ted.
Are we still showing off ridiculous letter openers?
Yeah, definitely. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Holy gosh darn it.
That one actually looks dangerous.
It is a little dangerous.
I think that's the dagger category. Actually.
Yeah.
Somebody gave this to me from like one of those AC whatever events, the Anachronistic Society. And I use it as a letter opener sometimes. It's a little ridiculous.
Ted,
Yes?
I have news for you. That's not a letter opener. That's a typewriter acquisition tool. Give me your typewriter.
It's very sharp in pretty much all of its spots. It's got sharp points everywhere.
Yowza.
Like even in the handle, there's sharp points, which is like, oh, that seems very counterproductive. But maybe that's why they gave it to me.
Yeah. I do have a video in the works for my YouTube channel, this one that we're on right now, because I've built up quite a collection of letter openers. So I will be excited to show those to you guys. But
this is the one I actually use.
Oh yeah. Do you have one of those electric ones where you just like?
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing: I got this beautiful electric stapler. It's from the 50s or 60s. Just a wonderful big chunky thing, but I cannot bring myself to plug in something and just have it sit there humming for no reason at all. And so things like electric, letter openers and stuff like that, I can't bring myself to plug them in because it's just you're just sitting there using electricity for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I understand that.
It's weird, but no, I don't have one of those.
Okay.
My letter openers are manual.
Yeah. Because I'm hoping to secure one of those for this video, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it would be a modern one, obviously, but although I guess I could look for a vintage one.
Might be cheaper.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Up now, Sean showed off his letter opener.
Oh, let me zoom in on you. I missed that. There we go.
So anybody identify that?
Is that the SAS?
That's the Fairbairn Sykes.
Fairbairns. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Knife that you'd sneak up behind a German just before the invasion and get him. Or open a letter.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's a repro, but I liked it, and the real ones cost super money, so I got this in a collection of other stuff.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah,
it says it was made in England, and it says Imperial cutting cutlery. So maybe I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's it's very sharp too. It's sort of scary. I can see why mean-looking guys carry knives.
Oh, I see Bill holding one now.
Yeah, I've shown this before. This is my Japanese forged
super cool
letter opener, and I wish I could read. There's a kanji symbols on it here, but I can't get that to show up because it's hard enough to see just under light. But anyway, it works great. And once I bought this, I didn't have a need to buy any others. So
no.
If you use the Google Translate app, it has that camera feature. If you show it on there, it should be able to translate it for you.
Yeah, there's not enough. That's the problem. Like even if I get it, maybe if I get it at just the right angle underneath the light, I could get like the shadows of the characters like forged into the iron. But
you could use, Bill. You use a China marker and then just fill in the kanji symbols because they're stamps, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that'll highlight it a bit, just enough to read
that
it.
actually might work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea. I might try that.
That's my one good idea for the month.
More than I've had.
Yeah, me too, usually.
Yeah, I think a few weeks ago we were talking about using a crayon to fill in things like that. So
yes.
Yeah. Very cool.
I dug up my letter opener from way back, and I found out it actually has typing. Remember these little?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those
Yeah,
squeaky
that was
things
cool.
with the dials on top.
I have
Yeah.
one of those. Yeah.
Dymo.
The
Jeddah,
dynamo.
Saudi Arabia, and back, but it's still opens letters and
Wow.
my constant companion back in the day.
Yeah.
Years ago,
Nice.
back in the desert. But I just thought it was neat that you could actually still see it. I mean, it's all smashed up, but it
Yeah.
was old technology.
Yep.
Works.
Excellent. Yeah, I think almost all of my letter openers are less ominous than those.
Yeah, those two are exceptional.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I got 3 Typels letters this week,
Oh,
and I
cool.
wanted to use my vintage letter opener, and I can't find it, so I had to use a pocket knife.
Oh.
Still searching for the letter opener.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's funny because I have this whole collection of letter openers, and yet where I open my mail, there's only one, and that one happens to be my wife. So that's the one I usually end up using. But
Well, that's with me too. I got a modern one that I bought. Well, it's vintage by now.
yeah.
So that I open when I get the mail from the mailbox. But now I took the 3 letters upstairs to my sort of home office, vintage, and I wanted to open them with the new letter opener, and I can't find it. So, well,
Yeah.
that happens.
Yep. And Diane is showing that one. That's the common style that they would use, like for advertising. They'd put your business name on there and give them out at Type Pals meetings, I guess.
Yeah, this one is from the PitCon conference that I used to go to for analytical chemistry. It's from like 1999 or something. Maybe earlier. I can't really read. It's hard for me to read the lettering backwards. Oh, there we go.
Diane, analytical chemistry sounds super exciting.
Hey, it's what I do. I'm not in the lab anymore, but no, these days my job is in front of a laptop. So
Hey, do you have a chemical keyboarded typewriter yet?
I do not.
Okay, you need one so you can type out like, NaC2 16O whatever, chemicals.
I think Ted just brought out a bigger blade.
Oh yeah, not to be outdone.
Cool,
No.
Sean. Yeah.
Ken mentioned the Scottish Rite in a message to me on the chat here, and this is actually a sword from I think it's the Knights of St. Jude, which would be a fraternal organization. It's actually a ceremonial sword you would use in the rites there. So
wow,
we've got a little bit of a fraternal organization connection there.
Yeah,
it's a little long for.
Yeah,
it's for legal size envelopes.
Or maybe even packages.
Or packages.
Box opener.
Yeah, so
right.
That's cool.
Wow.
I have a ridiculous number of blades that I don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah, also
you
collect
do
those.
them. Very cool. Let's see.
So who uses an X to open its letters?
Oh my.
Apparently just you.
Yeah.
Not me.
Not
I
you?
just use a pocket knife, but I found my letter opener just seconds ago.
Oh, good.
Gee.
Excellent. And how are you, Roger?
Well, I'm okay after some troubles with my noises. last week I had reverb because my headset broke and I had to use my phone. So, and now I got a new headset, and I apparently pushed the button to mute twice, so everybody was hearing my cell phone.
Oh,
except
it's
me.
Okay. It's okay.
So, for others, no new typewriters. I got 3 Typels letters on the same day. So 2 were sent about the 5th or the 6th, so one day apart, and the other one was a week before. So I don't know if she's still here. I got a letter from Susan Curver.
Okay.
And now for the first time I was typing a letter on Olympia SM3 or 2 with the tab, so the 3. But it seems to be a little bit older as my SM2. They're about 1,000 numbers apart. Although one is a deluxe, so it seems to be more modern features than the other one.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it types okay. The carriage drags a bit, and now I've noticed on the last couple of lines, halfway the carriage sort of blocks, so I'll have to have it serviced.
Well, that's not good.
Nope. Well, it's okay. It was a gift, so
that's true. That's true. All right. And anything else new with you, Roger?
Not really. I had an expensive day today.
Oh yeah.
I went. Yeah. Well, week. I had to buy a new headset. So I went out with my motorcycle today, had to buy a new headset for that.
Oh.
And then I noticed my helmet was a bit old, so I had to buy a new helmet.
Oh. Well,
so
yeah, that would get a little expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I think my GPS for my motorcycle is gone, so I'll probably have to replace that too.
Oh, wow.
Might as well need to get a new battery. I know down here in Texas, the heat just zaps them anyway. So
actually, the battery is from last year. And I only rode my motorcycle 2 times.
Oh, wow.
Since last year.
Wow.
So
it's not your primary mode of transportation?
No, I got a car.
Oh, okay.
That I use as primary.
Okay.
Chevrolet Avalanche.
Yeah.
I bought that a couple of months ago, and I already hit the car wash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think you mentioned that to us.
More expenses.
Oh boy.
So what kind of motorcycle you ride?
Ride or have?
Or have like
a Harley Davidson.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I ride the Road King, and I got a couple of old timers too.
Ah, nice.
Okay.
One is a 1975 FLH, to the electric light, and that's almost as old as I am. So the first registration is October 8th, and I was born October 1st.
Oh. Yeah, so it's really almost as old as you.
Yeah. And then I get a 1940s WL.
Oh man.
Nice.
Yeah. I've tried not to want to get into bikes because man, I need some 1940s, early 50s bikes really bad.
Oh.
Yeah. The old Honda 350s and 175s are getting big over here. If you can find them, the next generations are grabbing them instead of scooters. Yeah. They're redoing the old Hondas.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Interesting.
Over here, you see now more of the Honda Dax models, the mopeds and light bikes. You see more copies than originals. everybody wants to ride one, but you can't buy anymore because they're all so expensive and used up.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, anything else new with you, Roger?
Not really.
Okay. Well, thanks. So much.
Well, since last time I stopped working,
yeah,
I got my resignation. So now I have to wait until the end of August to start again. Same work, new contract.
Okay.
So it's high school. They lay us off for the summer vacation. So
yeah.
We got a couple of weeks for doing nothing.
Yeah.
Typing letters, writing letters.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. The weather's good, so that's a good thing too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, enjoy it. We're in the triple digits here in Southern California as well. So
well, we don't get that high in Europe, so
yeah.
we're getting towards the 40s, so that's hot and really, really hot.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're gonna be sweating too. I think it's almost the same.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for hosting.
Of course.
We missed you the last couple of weeks, but not that much.
Oh, you mean you had fun without me?
Yes, we had a couple of good ones.
Oh,
like Diane was a blast, Sean, Joe, and all the others I'm forgetting. William.
Yeah. Excellent. That's good to hear.
So if you decide to retire, live the good life, I think we can find someone to take over.
Oh, I'm not ready to retire yet, but I do need the occasional break. So,
well, they can handle that too.
That's true. Yeah. All right. Mike, how are you doing?
All right. I'm gonna go to bed too before I sign off. See you all.
See you, Roger.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Roger.
Yep.
Yes. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing all right. Nothing much new to report. I don't have any new typewriters since last week anyway. The Quiet Deluxe last week, but didn't manage to get off, I think, 2 letters and 2 type pages. So that was good for me, because I haven't been real active on that for a while, but I need to do some more to catch up on the rest of the pile of letters, although I'm sure it's not as bad as some people's, but
like mine. Whew.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've only got like 4 left that I've got to answer, so that's not too bad.
Okay.
And I'm even getting to the point where I'm sending occasional cold ones out to people that, I've always wanted to write to. So, but not too much going on. Just sitting here. It's warm here, but not as warm as it is out there. It's probably 90 here, or what would be 32 in Celsius, I guess. But and it's going to be steady like that. I mean, we've certainly had warmer summers than this, but and it's too not comfortable to sit outside and type, I don't think, at this point.
Yeah.
Where is Louis today?
Louis is right here. He's asleep. He was snoring pretty loud a few minutes ago. But
if you haven't seen the tail end of last week's Type Pals, it's pretty darn funny, because Louis he had
climbing up on the table.
That and his rubber chicken, the squeaking.
Oh,
yeah. Very funny.
Yeah, it was.
That's funny about the chicken. Yeah, he kept climbing on the typing table, which was right sort of in line with the camera. So that was kind of fun. But yeah, I don't know if he's feeling well or not. He's kind of sleepy today, so we'll see how he goes.
Tired from last week.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's the thing. He gets real wild and crazy sometimes, and then sleeps a lot. So we'll see. He's been pretty subdued today, other than bite me in the hand, but that was just sort of the usual thing.
Yeah.
And he hasn't chewed on any typewriters, although I think he did get a knob off of one, but but that was just, it was something that just went back on. It was one of the electrics, I think so. But he'll get into everything. I think the roll top desk got closed the other day, which that usually never does. But that's sort of where everything was. But he's gotten so big he can climb on anything. So
Wow.
He's probably. I mean, we took him to the vet one time. He was 30 pounds. Took him 3 weeks later. He was 37. Now it's been a week and a half, so he's probably 40 pounds by now. So
yeah.
But he still acts like a puppy. So
yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't leave him. We can't let him out of our sight. Although he usually stays with us, so it's good. But he chews on anything. And he gets in, a lot of rooms he can't go to because he just gets into everything.
Oh yeah.
Grew up in a family with beagles and bassets and hound dogs, so the Louis pretty cool dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 3 beagles in order when I grew up. But he's bigger than the rest of them, I think. But yeah, he hasn't started his escape thing, although he did get away from me a little bit today, but just on the deck. Beagles are escape artists. So.
Oh. Yeah.
He used to have to chase ours through the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, but he's about to pull me over sometimes. He's so strong. So
I'm not surprised. I'm definitely not surprised. Excellent.
So other than that, not too much going on here. Got more typing to do, and I've got a couple standard typewriters. I'm trying to think whether I need all these typewriters. I think I only got 18, which is not as bad as some people's, but
yeah. Yeah, I think many of us have more than that.
Yeah. So, but I thought 10 was a lot, and now I've got a lot more. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
So do I really need these standard ones? But they come out once in a while. They're just heavy.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You really have to consider the standards more, just because when you're not going to use it and have it out, okay, where do you store it?
Yeah.
Whereas the portables, they have their cases usually.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the Hermes just sits under the desk, and that's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's a little baby, but they're on this TV stand that I used to use for my ham radio stuff. So they kind of fit on that, but there's only the 2 of them there, and there's the 2 older ones that are in the attic that I need to someday work on. But
yeah.
But the SG1 and the Royal FP are under the on a shelf behind the door there. So
okay.
I need a better display system here, and something that I can cover up, or that has doors on it or something like that, because they get dusty. And either that, or I make the covers I was going to make, which I haven't made yet.
Yeah.
I think I bought some vinyl to sew some covers, but I haven't got around to it yet.
Oh, okay. I think it was Kara that had the glass cabinet, and I think she said one of them was from IKEA. I could be wrong.
No, that's right. A bunch of us bought the same sort of cabinet that was that double door 3-level cabinet. You can put 6, or depending on your size, fair number of typewriters in it. It keeps them clean. I ended up buying 2, and they're great.
Yeah.
I made.
Here's your dog barking.
Some of the covers here, just out of some. I do some sewing. I'm not a commercial sewer, but I have that's another rabbit hole. But I have a commercial sewing machine, and I made awnings, sun awnings, that sort of thing. So I use some of that material to make. It's a cover that goes. This one happens to be for the.
Oh, nice.
So
Very nice.
They're lightweight, easy to throw on. Pretty easy to make. So.
Yeah, I got to make some of that. I've got a collection of typewriter sewing machines too. So that was something I collected, 10 or so years ago. So they're all around.
Yeah. Is there something you haven't collected, Mike?
Yeah, there probably is, and that'll be next.
Yeah, exactly. I know there's just so many rabbit holes, and a lot of these rabbit holes, you can kind of link together, like the typewriters and the staplers and the letter openers and the pens and and even I know you do the little printing press also, right?
Right, I only have two of those.
Oh, okay.
I got to print some more envelopes, but I've got to get other stuff off the workbench so I can get to it.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I guess 2 doesn't make a collection, but 3 does. So 1 more and you'll have a collection.
That's funny because I had 3 typewriters before I started collecting them. So, although I think it was just sort of a slow motion collection, I guess.
There you go. Yeah. And now you're up to 18, you said?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I think of it in my head, that's how many I have now. If I go up in the attic and see what's up there might be more.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, anything else new with you?
No, that's about it. Just pretty quiet here, and got to get some more typing done so I can get that through my backlog and do some more stuff.
Exactly. Excellent. Well, I don't think we've mentioned the typing prompt. Again, the typing prompt was breakfast. I don't know if anyone did anything for the typing prompt, or or if you have any questions or comments or anything like that. I was going to talk to Larry, but he stepped away and he hasn't come back. So yeah. I think I do want to remind people again. I mentioned it at the beginning, but today is the last possible day to register for the next postcard exchange. So make sure you're signed up to Type Pals for free, of course, and go ahead and register for that event. It's on the events page, typepals.com/events. And then once you're logged in, you can actually see the postcard exchange on there. So yeah. But other than that, I think that's it. Unless anybody had any questions or comments, or
one question for Ted on the umlauts. I know this. Do all QWERTY type keyboards have umlauts, or if it has an umlaut, are they all QWERTs, or are they QWERTY typewriters with the umlaut letters on there?
There are QWERTY type. Hold on, I got my speakers on. Okay, there we go. You will find there are some European languages and border keyboards that will have umlauts and accent keys, even though it's a QWERTY keyboard. This isn't one of them. This is a British keyboard, but let's see. Maybe Danish. I can't remember. There's European languages that do QWERTY, but they also have accent keys and umlauts and stuff. You need to search European brands for that, because a lot of times you'll have typewriters made for border markets where you're bordering on Germany, but you might have an English-speaking country or a French-speaking country, and you'll end up with weird keyboards that have strange layouts, but also have accent keys. Like right down here, I'm in Arizona, so we have a lot of typewriters we'll find that have Spanish keyboards on, or like half Spanish, half English, where you have the like tilde N and
yes.
And very and like upside down punctuation and such. Question marks and exclamation marks. But they're mainly meant for the American market, but for people who would have to write in Spanish on occasion. So you'll find I've got a few of those because it's just the local market here. But there are quite a lot of QWERTY keyboards that have very interesting foreign characters on them.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks.
Yeah, you could even order them that way back in the day. I mean, you could order any keyboard you wanted, really.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you'll find all kinds of interesting keyboards if you look hard enough.
Yeah.
That's been a whole new spin on collection, because I've seen some of the profiles on Typewriter and what typewriters they own. It's not just Hermes. It's like a Hermes with all 3 different Hermes with 3 different fonts, and none of them are just standard. It's like they collect typewriters that just have the weird Congress or Gothic, or it's amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people are very into typefaces and collect mainly typefaces and take whatever typewriters come with them.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the opposite. I basically take the typewriters that I find in my local thrift stores, and whatever typefaces they've got is what I have to live with. Yeah. And I've gotten pretty lucky that way. I mean, I have a Art Gothic Remington. I have a Director Pica Hermes 3000, and a couple script machines. Got a couple Techno and Congress, like that Swissa that I have is actually Techno typeface. The what I guess what Olympia calls senatorial. So it's that squarish typeface. And then I found a Triumph at a thrift store, that Triumph Perfect, that also has that typeface. So it's really whatever happens to show up.
Right.
Is what I get.
It makes sense.
It seems like it would be very it would require a lot of patience to collect typefaces.
Well, talk to Claudia. What's her name? Claudia. Oh, I forget her last name, but she's in Hong Kong, I think, or Singapore.
Okay.
And she collects typefaces matched with very interesting typewriters. Like she's got the only known example of Vogue typeface on a gold and black lacquer QDL, which I've only seen one, and she's got it. But
and you want it.
She made a special effort to get that machine, and she's got Olivetti 22s in peach color with congressional typeface on it, interesting typefaces. She's got one that has upright script on it, which is kind of weird for an Olivetti. It's mainly a Underwood or Smith Corona typeface. But that's what she does, is she collects specific typefaces matched with very specific typewriters, and she only has a few, but she curates her collection very, very strictly.
Yeah. I wonder how one goes about that, like, because obviously you can't very easily go on eBay or Shop Goodwill, because most of the time they're not going to show the actual typefaces. So I assume it'd be done more in person.
She shops. I know she shops online. She also, has connections with other collectors.
Yeah.
She hunts hard. She is a hard hunter. You do not want to get on her hunt list.
Does she have a special place on the typewriter database, since she's a
No, she's just a normal member. So
okay.
Yeah, but she just has very, very interesting machines.
Yeah.
She's worked real hard at getting them.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's kind of like Steve Soberov. That guy collects only historically significant machine owned by historically significant people, and that's his collection. He spends his money on that, and that's what he likes. So that's what he wants.
Wow.
If you're that kind of laser focused, you're going to end up with very interesting machines, but it requires laser focus.
Oh yeah, and tremendous people.
and laser money.
Yeah. And, just relentless hunting.
Yeah. My goodness. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Hey, Carlos, are you there?
Yeah,
Hey,
sorry,
there
I've
you
been
are.
going in and out. Yeah, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Keeping busy. It's pretty
Excellent.
hot out here. I don't know. I assume Southern California, it's
Oh yeah.
also warm.
Oh yeah. Definitely. What's new in your world?
I have a Typestar 5 coming my way, which is just
Ooh.
I don't know. I know you have a couple of thermal typewriters from the Canon line. Are the imprints a little lighter? I have a Typestar 6, and it's kind of a light imprint. I don't know. I don't know if that's just the paper or.
It could be the paper. I think typically the Typestars have a good imprint. It's the Casio writers that have a lighter imprint.
So yeah, maybe it's just the one that I have. So
Yeah,
that's
it
why I
could
was
just be
gonna
that one. Yeah.
get the 5. Also, the 5 also has the 2 different fonts. The 2 different typefaces, I think. It's kind of like
Yes.
the Typestar 4.
Yeah.
And other than that, I technically do have. I'm waiting for Selectric too. So yeah, trying to type away, and I actually spoke to Bob over the phone this past week because I was interested in a noiseless, and he said he might have one in. I might be going down to LA next month,
Ooh.
so I could
Meet
drop
up,
by his
meet
place
up.
and yeah.
Yeah, definitely get in touch because I'd love to meet you. So yeah, definitely.
So
how many? I know you have at least one other Selectric, right?
Yeah, I have one Selectric 3.
Okay.
Yeah. But I have a bunch of the golf balls for the Selectric
Yeah.
2.
So you had to get the typewriter.
Yeah. Yeah.
On your Typestar, when you type, are you using a power supply or batteries?
I tried both, and it's light with both.
Okay, so it's not a power issue. There
Yeah.
may be a setting somewhere where you can put more power to the print head. On some of them, they have like a little jog wheel on the side that you can increase the power to the print head.
Yeah,
And
that
on,
definitely changes it. You know, from very light, like I can't see it, to darker, but it's definitely not as dark as my EP43. Like the EP43 compared to that looks bold. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know. If it's not a power
Yeah.
issue, it's probably something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried cleaning the
print
head.
Yeah. But
that's, I mean, I can't think of anything else that would cause that other than the paper itself.
Yeah.
I've been writing a lot more recently late at night, so it's been helpful writing. So I got into a thermal typewriter kick, I guess.
Yeah.
Very, very handy for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And then I tried that whole saving into memory on the Typestars. One downside that I found as I was trying to print is that you can't like specify the margins, like they're kind of like set.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was kind of unfortunate because it started printing through the paper, and I was like, ah.
Well,
the memory doesn't hold the margin settings.
So you have to specify that you want a return, which you have to kind of, I guess, count the letters or something if you really wanted to be precise.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So
that's interesting.
I mean, yeah.
I think it's intended more for repetitive information like an address or that sort of thing, and not so much for like a whole letter or a whole, whatever. Yeah.
Yes, and bringing it back. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, but if you really want to get into like, being able to control the output with a thermal typewriter, although it's at this point it's not really a typewriter anymore. The what is it called? The Canon Star Writer, I believe. The Canon Star Writer, I believe, 30 or something like that.
Is that like a daisy wheel?
No, it's thermal. So, but it's a word processor. So
okay, yeah.
you have some like desktop publishing functionality, like you could do these fancy headers and that sort of thing. So yeah, but that would save your margins and all that, and you could save it on a 3.5-inch disc.
Oh wow, that's convenient.
Which you can still buy on Amazon, by the way. So yeah, that's a fun fact.
Yeah. I think.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The reason I like the Typestars is just that you can charge, batteries with them, so you don't have to carry rechargeable pack thing to recharge my batteries. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get that Typestar 5. I guess going back to the comments about typefaces, yeah, I have all of my manual typewriters are Pica. How do you go about finding like an elite typeface, or like, yeah, I can't. I don't know how y'all do that other than luck.
Well, I know in the pictures, if you look at the type ruler on the
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Words are escaping me, but yeah, if you look at the ruler, typically if it goes to like 80 something, it's Pica, and if it goes to 90 or no 100, like 100, then it's elite. Is that right,
Yeah.
Ted?
If it's a standard like 10-inch carriage, if it goes to 90 or more, about 95, it's elite. If it goes to 80, then it's Pica. Or Pica, which I keep thinking Pica is a pica pole to me, so it's a unit of printing measurement. So anyway, yeah, but that's the easiest way to figure it out. With a 12-inch carriage, it'll usually go to like 120 for elite, and a little over 100 for Pica.
Yeah.
So you just read that last number, you can see. And if you know what size the carriage is, like if it's a huge carriage, then you're kind of lost. But
yeah, I saw one that was like 5 feet long or something.
Yeah, you see the number on the end of that, and you're like, oh, I don't know how to divide that. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, at one point I had the Royal FPE, which the E specifies that it's elite. But it was the wide carriage, and it's like, wow, you could type a lot of text on that page. So yeah,
that's kind of interesting how a lot of the larger typewriters you see with the biggest carriages have the tiniest type.
Yeah. Oh man,
like I guess that's for actuarial tables or something, or kind of information recording. But yeah, it's kind of a weird thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Just take one big letter with
tiny type, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you have one that has like 15 pitch on a
17?
17 pitch?
Yeah, on an SG1.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's that manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's called manuscript, but it's not script.
Yeah.
it's just sans
serif.
Whatchamacallit? Serif.
Yeah.
Ain't got no serifs on my sans.
Well, I think if it's the print is that small, I think it would have to be sans serif, because otherwise it wouldn't be as legible, basically. So yeah, but crazy.
Serifs increase legibility. That's part of the point of serifs.
But would they if it's that small though? I don't know.
I have balls for my composer that are 6-point that have serifs.
Okay.
So I mean,
I stand corrected.
It gets pretty small.
Yeah, that's true.
You say use film ribbons too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're using film ribbons, you can get the much clearer sort of
that's
impression, even with very small type.
Yeah, that's true. Excellent. Anything else new with you, Carlos?
No, welcome back. I know.
Oh, thank you.
had a short little vacation, but
yeah.
I think everybody, for the most part, behaved themselves.
I was watching. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you, Carlos, and please do come down.
Yeah. Next month, I'll let you know when I'm over there.
Very cool. That'd be awesome. Excellent. Christoph, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I just came back from holiday. Tomorrow I come back to work. I'm so happy. But I found something up in a little shop. I booked this one. Hello to Monica.
Oh yeah.
A lot of dust, but no rust. No, absolutely no rust. It's very clean. The springs are rusty.
Oh yeah. Oh, you cut out.
But no, it's not.
Very cool. Yeah.
And I have the brush and the key of the box.
Very good. Apparently, the previous owner didn't use that brush. Although I think it would need a bigger brush than that.
Yeah.
Very nice find, though. Yeah. Did you say what it was?
I don't know what the color is. It's not white.
It's probably like ivory, right?
Sorry?
It's probably like ivory or off-white.
Yes, perhaps. I have green touches, green part.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think the color's called dirty.
Dirty.
Yeah, for the moment it's dirty, but
yeah,
I think this week it all will be over. All will be with this machine will shine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Christoph isn't afraid of a little dirt.
No.
That's very cool. Excellent.
So, and tomorrow I receive my cartridge for the Olympia Electronic. And one roll for my Hermes 3000 from I don't remember on Etsy, but I don't remember the seller on Etsy from California. I don't remember the name. Type something because I searched for ribbon with what's the name? A-bot, the little eye on the ribbon to change the sense of the ribbon. I don't know. Yep. But the seller was scary because I booked cartridge and ribbon. He said, "Hey, you made a mistake." The modern typewriter.
Oh, okay. Very good.
I will receive the package. I think next week. It's always in USA.
That will take a while.
I will write again with my electronic.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting one of those Olympia reporters. It's the reporter, right? Olympia reporter?
Report électronique. I think Joe got the same. He made a video with his model.
Yes. Yeah. I love the look of those actually.
Gregory, do you want one of those?
Do I want one? Oh yeah.
I think I was gonna say there's one in Shop Goodwill in Southern California that keeps popping up. That's pickup only. It's a black one.
Oh.
And I don't think they've sold it because I keep seeing it.
Ooh, I'll have to check. I haven't gone on there in a while, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to you if I find it.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
This is the one I booked €3 a few months ago. If you remember.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, the woman said 5 and she said, please pick me this machine for free and bye-bye.
Yeah.
I say, okay. Okay, well.
Yeah.
It's not clean. It's like a museum condition. I can put all is new. This is new. All is clean. All is shining for €3. I think it's a good deal.
Yeah.
But no, I need the corrector ribbon and the new ribbon on the this one, the corrective ribbon, the lift off. Yes, lift off ribbon. The big and the up.
And then one fun fact about those Gregory is that they use the same daisy wheels as a Sungtech.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you can.
It's a plastic wheel, but I don't know if you. Yeah, it's a plastic wheel.
Daisy wheel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, I'll definitely look at the one on Goodwill. Yeah.
So I can't wait to use again.
I know, right? Yeah. Very cool. Anything else new with you?
No, I will left you for today because I have a lot of things to clean.
Yeah. I'm catching up to you after your holiday. Yes.
My car is a trash car. The new name of my car is trash car.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's so good seeing you, Christoph.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And in the last few minutes here, I want to be sure and say hi to Larry. Larry finally came back. How are you, Larry?
Hello.
Hello. It's been a while. How are you?
Yeah, I have grandkids for 2 weeks and I had grandkids for 1 week.
Oh.
And I have 9 altogether. And I just had them FaceTiming me on the phone too. So rather than sit here the whole time, I went in the house and then I came out here and I got another FaceTime call. So anyway, so just the whole reason that you have grandkids is so they can wear you out, I think is the reason, isn't it? I mean, isn't that why we have them in the first place? I mean, that's why you can't have them when you're young. You got to have grandkids when you're old so you can be worn out otherwise.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
So yeah, I'm feeling tired.
But you showed up.
Yeah, well, I know I wasn't on here last week because my grandson was here and I didn't. Now I took him back yesterday, so
yeah,
I thought, well, I'll get on here and see what's going on, and then I haven't been able to get on here until later today, and then I'm finally when I do get on, and I can't get on. So
yeah, exactly.
Oh well.
Excellent.
So things been going all right. I saw your you have a new podcast. I forgot what you called it.
Typo Radio?
Yeah, Typo Radio, yeah.
Yeah, it's the new home of the Type Pals podcast.
No, so that's the new home. So it's the same podcast, but a new home for it.
Yes.
I got you. I was wondering, but when I read it, I didn't quite get that. I guess I wasn't careful of a reader enough to understand that. I thought maybe it was 2 podcasts. I was going to ask you what's the difference, but it's 1 podcast. Okay.
Yeah. So Typo Radio is basically constantly playing episodes. So like if you turn on the radio, you're gonna probably come in the middle of a song. Well, that's what typo radio is. If you go to typoradio.com, most likely it's gonna start in the middle of an episode. And I will be adding like bonus content, and I'm working with some other people on adding content to it, so that's going to be exciting. But it's just another way to listen to the podcast right now. Yeah, so I just launched it on the 13th. So yeah.
Can these be used in it, since you already recorded anyway and it goes on YouTube live? Can that be used as a podcast? Because we are showing things sometimes too, and then you wouldn't see that on a podcast, but we're talking a lot, so that would work kind of, I guess, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, that's basically what I do with the Type Palace podcast. I edit it down. I take the 4 hours or whatever and edit it down to probably under 30 minutes, or sometimes it's been as much as an hour or more. But I edit it down and remove the parts like you're talking about. Like if someone's showing something, that's not going to translate well to a podcast, obviously. But a lot of the conversation doesn't rely on visuals, so there's a lot of good content for me to choose from. So that's never been an issue. So
I see. So I was under the impression that you just always would call people and get them on the phone or something and do a podcast that way. I don't know how you do it. I never did one.
Yeah, I just steal it from here.
Oh, that's great. So if you want to do it one-on-one, you just do it on Zoom anyway, and then just take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so basically, I think everybody on here has been on the podcast. So.
Oh, okay. Except me. Because I have been, because I've got recorded. I got it.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome.
You're on the podcast.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. All right. Yeah. No, I'm famous now. I'm on a podcast. I didn't know.
You are, yes. Your residuals will be coming in the mail.
I know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Long after I'm gone. Which I hope is a long time from now.
I know, right? A very long time, hopefully. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Any new typewriters or anything?
Oh, right.
You probably don't have time for getting more typewriters.
Yeah, I got and I don't remember if I was on here since then or not, because my sister came in July, at the beginning of July. Or she left the 1st of July. That's right. So I might have been on here since then. And she left 3 typewriters for me. And she left I can't even think of Royal Quiet Deluxe and a Smith Corona Silent. And oh no, she left 2 typewriters for me. She said she has a 3rd one that she's got at home that's a full size, and she didn't bring that. And she said maybe I can pick it up next time I go back there. But she brought 2 suitcases because she brought her daughter and her grandson with her.
Oh, okay.
So so she brought me those 2.
Nice.
Yeah, well, actually, those 2 weren't in suitcases, though, but they're suitcase-sized typewriters. But she didn't have the case. I'm gonna have to get cases for those, or I'd like to anyway, because they're a lot easier to store when they're those typewriters. But I didn't need them, but she got them for free, and I'm like, yeah, great. I love them. They're nice typewriters. They're great. They're great shape. And actually, the person that lives near her that had the typewriters contacted me on Facebook and said, I want to give these to a good home. And I'm like, yeah, my sister lives right near you. So I ended up getting those. So, because she said she was getting rid of her collection or downsizing or something. I think she said she's downsizing. And I'm like, oh yeah. She goes, well, pick out which ones you wanted. And I picked out the ones I wanted. And she gave them to my sister. And my sister had them at her house for like the last year. So I knew I've been getting these for a while, but I didn't even realize they didn't have the suitcases till she brought them here. And I thought, well, now I have to look for cases for them too. But that's pretty easy to find. I've seen them a lot of times for those typewriters anyway.
Yeah. So, it looks like Ken has a case there. Is that a case, Ken? You're muted.
This
Oh.
is the, I have never had a typewriter in this condition. I mean, the case for a 50-year-old or whatever case, it's immaculate. And
Oh.
when she sent it to me, it even had these little things that were on top of the typewriter inside the case. I don't know if it came originally, but check the detail. I mean, it's like she cataloged.
Wow.
She catalogs her stuff, serial number, font, the whole thing. I mean, it was well taken care of. It makes me,
Yeah.
you know, I don't document stuff like this as much, but you can tell this is her passion on
Yeah.
keeping them all labeled. I mean, the thing is just immaculate. There's not a spot on there, but anyway, I thought that was interesting that she's so meticulous.
Yeah, exactly.
Keeping everything in order.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got some stepping up to do on my collection.
I think we all do. Well, most of us do.
I always think, well, I have to be pretty obsessive to want all these typewriters in the first place. And then I see somebody else who, like you say, they catalog everything. I'm like, wow. Or then you see somebody who's like, you say, well, gee, I don't know how many I have, but you know, it could be 100 or something. And they're like, yeah, well, I got like 500. You're like, what? Or you know, or more, 1,000, whatever. You're like, wow. I thought I was bad, you know. I was like, wow. I mean, I like being bad, but I'm just saying. So that's amazing. The people out there. There's a guy right there I'm looking at that's amazing to me. He's typing right now.
Oh yeah, Mr. Monk.
It's like just so much information that he's got. It's just incredible. Got, you know, and you need to because you're not gonna live forever. I want you to live forever, but you got to get. I know, and you do more than anybody, probably putting it out there so everybody is gonna see it later. But you don't ever quit. Because you have so much stuff in your brain, so you get it all out there, all you can, you know.
I don't think he's gonna quit.
Yeah, I hope not.
He has too much passion for that.
Yep.
Yeah. And we all appreciate it.
You know, and with the thing he's wearing, he looks like one of these the one of those what do they call the karate instructor, the senseis or whatever. Like this.
Yeah. That's funny. Excellent.
You know, I can hear you guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. I wanted you to hear me.
That's funny. Yeah.
Well, he's just gonna have to upload all those CDs that he's making into his typewriter database so he can become a transhuman. His memory will be in his database.
You know,
those CDs are online, by the way.
You know,
but you only get the link if you get the letter.
Stephen Hawking predicted that AI would be what would bring down civilization. And I think the AI may come from Ted Monk's input into it, that it turns into just this thing that takes over everything, because it just is like all this information, it knows everything, and it'll just be able to annihilate everything except for other artificial intelligence, and then they'll just like spread throughout the universe, artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that typewriter dating information is real important military intelligence right there.
It is military people, you can bet on that.
Very, very tactically advantageous.
Oh yeah.
We just need to get a Neuralink on your brain. Need to send you down to Elon Musk or whatever and get that Neuralink connection.
I'm not sure I'd put anything by Elon Musk into my head.
It's just on top of your brain. It's not in your brain. It's
that's
girl.
I'm not sure I really even trust his cars.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess you need to edit that out, Greg.
Actually,
we might not be on much longer.
Yeah, I did recently hear there was some sort of malfunction with the Tesla. I think it had something to do with
It being a Tesla.
Yeah, that was it.
I think I heard that they were in trouble, or they were getting investigated because when there was crashes, like nanoseconds before the crash, it would disable the fact that it was on autopilot or something.
That was
and
it.
It was kind of like, well, then the drivers wouldn't have any recourse because it's like, well, it wasn't on autopilot or something like that. So
that was
like
it.
some
Yes.
shady stuff that was happening. Yeah.
This is the problem with technology, boys and girls.
Never trust the robots to keep the records.
Yeah.
When it comes to money, I mean, I don't have a problem with people getting rich, and however rich they get, I don't have a problem with that. But I can't imagine after a certain point of how much, because like I have a vague idea how you make money and how like more money makes more money, and the more people you have working for you makes more money. And I got a vague idea, but it gets to so big of amount that I can't even imagine it. But I can't imagine once it gets to that amount that it could all be come by honestly. There's almost no way. I mean, there has to be a certain amount of any rich person, there has to be, even if they don't know about it, there almost has to be a corruptness because it involves people. And there's a lot of people involved when you have a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Tell me how a guy who makes electric cars for rich people, rocket ships that don't really, aren't really part of the space program or weren't for a long time, and bores holes in the ground for tube stations that never actually materialize, how that guy made more money than Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
That must be honest.
I don't know how he makes his money. I do not know how he makes his money.
I don't either. I don't know. That's what I imagine is like anybody with that kind of money, something they're doing, but then you have these layers of protection around you too. And and if some guy dies, all of a sudden they're like, wow, there's some accident. Well, that might have been the source right there. There's so many people. I mean, he's probably got thousands of employees,
Yeah.
So, I don't know how they do it, but it's amazing how they do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's good. I get tired after 9 grandkids, I mean, I can't imagine all the money, even if, I would like to try for a day or two, but I'd be tired. They have endless energy to be able to do stuff like that. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And they got some pill that I don't know about or something too. I don't know.
Of course, they usually pay for it at some point. They get like, we were down in the Carlsbad area visiting family, and our nephews apparently had a busy couple of days, and we were there for the meltdown last night. So all that expended energy finally caught up with them, and we were there for the meltdown, and it was not pretty. I was like nudging the wife, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. It made me very thankful I don't have kids. Yeah. So, yeah. But anyway, we should probably wrap up here unless anybody had any last minute questions or comments or typing prompts or anything like that.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's one way to do it.
Did you guys do the typing prompt? Did somebody read something?
We didn't even allude to it, Larry. I just saw it right now as Gregory was talking, and I'm like, oh shoot, breakfast. Yeah, I had that. I didn't write about it.
It's okay. It's okay.
One
I
thing
actually wrote something.
Oh, you did? Well,
Yep.
share it. Share it.
Breakfast. It's the first meal of the day, assuming you eat it at all. Now is the time to eat breakfast. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party. Party hereby aided.
Stream of consciousness writing prompt.
Well, I mean, it started with breakfast. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it.
Ted saved the episode. Yay.
Yay.
I did the thing.
Yeah, you did the thing.
Stuff.
I want to make everybody here probably knows this already except me, but I just found it out. I'm like, I wish I could read that, because when I see your little square up here, now I see a little more. It depends on how many people are here. When I see the square on your screen, Gregory, I couldn't see what the typing prompt is because your name covers it. It says typehills.com Gregory. But then I noticed if I go to your little thing, I can pin it. And I didn't know what that meant. I'm like, pin. And when I pinned it, it grew up big on my full screen. Oh, I can see it.
Ooh,
so
I'm big.
Probably the last one to do that. But anyway, so that's how you do it in case you didn't know it. If there's somebody out there watching us or hearing us on the podcast, they've just learned a valuable lesson.
Yes, definitely.
I'm very personal. Have Monk send it to me through telepathy. So that's how I.
Now everybody knows how to make Gregory the Poor Typist big. You just pin me.
Big in her hearts.
One last pro tip.
Yeah.
One last pro tip is that there's a setting where you can have all of the the mute button and the camera button never disappear. It's always present. Makes it a little easier to mute and unmute.
Oh, there is.
Nice.
And you can of course use the space bar that will also unmute you. But,
Yeah. Carlos is full of Zoom tips.
I keep pushing my space bar, but it's not muting or unmuting here.
It's live. He lied to us.
Oh,
It's advancing your carriage, though.
Yeah, my carriage it works on my carriage, but yeah.
That's funny. With that, I think we will end because that's a great highlight. So, but thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you again next week.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming back, Gregory.
You're welcome.
You.
Bye.
Oh, thank you. And Ted, you're gonna be getting a package this week.
Yes.
A very small package.
That's fine.
Very small.
I like small packages.
Micro cassette size.
Cool. I like that.
Excellent.
All righty.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Catch you kitty cats later on.